This is in line with the strategic direction of the Research and Publications Functional Committee. So this is the background to the conference. Now the conference is organized under the theme, Library and Information Science and SDGs. So under this theme, libraries have always had a generic duty to first of all inform citizens, to promote democracy and good governance as they facilitate access to information for decision-making. Libraries too have a duty to promote the economic empowerment of citizens, which fits in well with two global goals, that is two SDGs, number 8 and 10. Number 8 is to create decent work and economic growth, and number 10 is to reduce inequality. Now, within our national development plan, the parish development model has been identified as one of the avenues of both promoting economic empowerment and eventually to reduce household income inequalities. So I take the capacity building of librarians, which is part of this conference, to enable us, information workers, as well as the profession, to improve our capacity to serve users in line with the national development interests. Now my keynote address actually stops here. So I wish you very happy deliberations. I don't know if the keynote speaker is already online. Jackie, is Professor Ikoja online? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Ruth. He's not yet online. No, he's not yet online, even not yet here on the physical venue. We are still waiting for him. He said he's on his way.
Okay. So what do we do now?
I think we can have one of our presenters start presenting as we wait for him to arrive. Yes.
Okay, so maybe you can choose that person.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth, for the opening ceremony. We are so grateful. Appreciate our chairperson of the consortium for giving us those very good remarks. We are so grateful. As we wait for our keynote address to arrive, I would like to once again welcome you to today's conference. For those who are just joining us, we already started, and we are grateful that you have been able to join us. So far, we have over 50 participants online, and physically, we are also having quite a big number, which is very impressive. Thank you for turning up, librarians. Today is our great day. We are really going to share knowledge. And I would like to encourage us to really be active and use this opportunity to deliberate and really share, network, etc. This is a very great opportunity for us. Our guest of honor also will be present soon. Is from National Planning Authority. He's the manager of research and innovation. And we believe we are going to really pick a lot from him. And it is really going to be a great day. Yes, so our time, I would like to recognize our presenters who are already here. Yes, our presenters, you are so much welcome once again. We do have those who are already here. We have Judith, our sister Judith Nanozi from Uganda Matters University, who is going to take us through open access. If we are all aware that this week is a week of open access, and we know what open access means to information scientists, It is a very great opportunity for us to be able to access and share information easily through open access movement. And therefore, we are going to gain a lot from her presentation today at the time when she is going to be there presenting to us. I do believe that you also, as librarians in your institution, you are able to create awareness of this open access movement. And I believe you will be able to even champion it among the researchers so that the researchers can take up that movement seriously. It is for our advantages as information scientists. I also want to recognize the presence of our another speaker, Mr. Isaac Mukungu from Busitema University is going to speak on museumization of libraries. We had expected him to be here physically, but this morning he could not make it, but he is already present online. Isaac, I believe you are online. And this is again another very great topic, which we need to know how we can incorporate museums in our libraries and our information centers so that we can serve our communities better in as far as sustainable development is concerned. So Isaac, you're so much welcome. We welcome Isaac by a clap of hands. Isaac, we are happy to have you here. And then we do have Dr. Peter Gatiti. Many of us who attended our earlier training, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, Dr. Watiti was here in the country physically at Makerere University training us on bibliometric studies, and we benefited a lot from him. I do believe he's not yet online or not even here. He is in his duty in Pakistan, but he will be able to take us through bibliometrics and SDGs at the time when we have scheduled him at 11:20. So in his absentia, let's appreciate him. Thank you, Dr. Gatiti. And then we have Mr. Michael Kasuse with us. He's here physically. Mr. Mike, you're so much welcome. Mr. Mike Kasuse is from Makerere University. He is going to take us through policy brief. As you're aware, if you read the announcements which were moving around about this conference has 2 parts, presentations and trainings. We felt in the area of research, we still have some areas which we need to learn. And therefore today, we are going to learn how to come up with policy briefs. And Mr. Kasuse is going to take us through it. We are so grateful. Let's appreciate him again. Thank you. Then we do have Mr. Onan Mulumba. Is he with us? Not yet. He has not yet come, but he is going to come and be with us. Mr. Onan Mulumba is also working with Makerere University, and he's going to train us on systematic reviews. I think when he saw his program is in the afternoon, he will come in later. Kindly let's appreciate him again. Let's welcome in a special way. Yes, and we do have also a presentation from Aga Khan University where they are going to present to us about their research and innovation. And it is going to come at a later time. Let's appreciate Aga Khan University. Thank you. So as we see our program, we shall also have our partners, those are our publishers. We shall have presentation from 2 publishers who are with us, Lexis and Nexis. We are going to share with us law resources. And then we shall have Emerald Insights sharing with us multidisciplinary resources at the later time. Members, I would like to really appreciate all of you for coming, and I believe all of us have notebooks, and therefore we are going to note down the important things for that day, so that as you spend your time with us, today, you will not go back the same. You will have gained some knowledge, you would have gained some insight here and there, which you are going to apply in your field of information management, in your field at the university. You're going to share with the colleagues and others. Thank you very much. At this moment, I can see even our keynote has not yet arrived. I would like to welcome Mr. Isaac Mukungu to take us through his presentation. Mr. Isaac, are you with us? Are you ready to share now? Hello?
Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, can you put on your video? Members here would like to see your face.
Oh, sorry about that. That is basically Isaac Mukungu. That is who I look like. Isaac Mukungu is my name. Like we have had, I am working with Usitema University. I am a campus librarian there. But for, I think members have seen me. I'm going to switch and turn off the video. I'm not very sure about my internet, so maybe I can pull down and see how we can work. I'm hoping that members can hear me well.
I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you so very much. Good morning, members. I want thank you members, and thanks the Research Functional Committee of CUUL for organizing this wonderful event. It's like the chairperson CUUL said, it's a one of a kind, and we are hoping that we shall have as many that will be coming on. I am happy to start my presentation, though I had thought it would come later on, but I'm happy I could start the presentation as early as this. Without wasting time, I'm gonna share my screen so that I can have we have some discussions or a presentation on this. Just in a minute. Okay. I'm hoping my screen is visible to members.
Yes, you can see clearly this side.
Clear.
Okay, thank you so very much. So I'm making a brief presentation on museumization in libraries. And this one is coming from passion and where we always move here and there and find things in the different places that we visit. So we are able to identify certain things that we can always come out and report or see here and there. So museumization in libraries, just like our Jackie said, it comes right from when we see, it is basically coined from the word museum, but looking at the evolution in libraries, there is so many things that have really taken place in the libraries, and we have seen so many changes that have taken place in the library. We have run from the area where it was almost seen like a place of worship, areas where it is just silent reading and no noise at all, areas of seeing ladders that you need to go up and pick resources that are placed somewhere on top of the shelves. We are seeing that movement, and previously, if the evolution, there's so much that has happened with the library and things that have happened. We see that In terms of spaces in the libraries, we've moved really from just having information desks, reading rooms, stacks there, and the reference sections, and we are seeing a modern lighting that is having different things that have changed, and we are able to see that the libraries now can have more of Creative Commons, maker spaces, self-service spaces, studios where people can really do artwork, people can really even do recordings of whatever they want, mothers' corners growing up in libraries, galleries, having individual and group studies, and so many other things that are allowing a lot of socialization taking place in these libraries of ours. Group studies and collaborative spaces are too much, and we are always having this in these modern libraries of ours. We see that this 21st century library that we are having has really moved far, far, far. And we are saying that we've moved from just a place where we have a book repository to really that kind of vital community hub, that kind of hub that is allowing for people to access a lot of things. We are saying we have more of an omni-channel content source of the library, where our users in the library are basically not putting a lot of effort in actually accessing the resources they need, and that they have the librarians that have good quality customer care services that they are offering. That kind of evolution that is happening with libraries as where we have come from. So our libraries really continue to develop in offering these kinds of relevant services to the communities we serve. So we realize that the library is no longer just looked at as the number of books that I'll find on the shelves somewhere. Not basically how many titles do you have on a particular subject, but rather we are seeing a vibrant living space for users. Living in the sense that users come to the library and do quite a number of things within the library spaces, create, innovate, enjoy, discuss, and socialize within the library spaces. This concept, museumization, and just like you see the word museumization, it is coming basically from the word museum. And when we look at the International Council of Museums, it is saying a museum is a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society, and it does activities around research, collecting, doing conserving, interpreting, and exhibiting tangible and intangible heritages. Largely, these are supposed to be open to the public. They are supposed to be open to the public, and if we have accessible and inclusive kinds of museums, then we can always foster diversity and sustainability in our different areas, in the different countries that we serve, the regions we work or operate in. So this definition from the International Council of Museums really brings me to look at the core. Not for profit is a very important element, in that we're not doing this for profit purposes, but we want to try and exhibit tangible and intangible heritages in a way of trying to promote and ensure that our cultural heritages remain viable in the way that we are running our different libraries. Now, museumization as the concept, according to Gala and Paula, is a phenomenon of presenting and interpreting cultural groups and their representative tangible and intangible heritages. There's a lot of the word heritages. So the keywords: presenting, interpreting, cultural and tangible, then intangible heritages. And then we have someone called Samuel Lian in 2000 who says that museumization basically embodies a series of events aimed at discovering, examining, reviving, and popularizing heritages. So again, we see the focus is on heritages. Now, that tells us something about the museumization that we're talking about. It's about discovering and identifying heritages. It's about examining heritages, interpreting these heritages, documenting these heritages, presenting them, popularizing them, and conserving these different kinds of heritages so we can have them as much as possible. The word heritage has been used so much in as from those other slides that we have just discussed or seen. But what is this heritage that we talk about in terms of museumization? UNESCO in 1972, in a workshop, broke down this word heritage basically into two, developing what we call the natural heritages and looking at what we call cultural heritages. For the natural heritages, it is basically focusing on those natural features, whether it is a geological thing, whether it is a physical feature, physiographical feature, things, formations that are out of natural activities, natural heritages, basically according, this is Sol and others that define that. And then still UNESCO tells us of cultural heritages as the other branch of heritages, which focuses mainly on the physical objects like paintings, sculptures, monuments, architectural buildings, and archaeological sites. And this is basically what's going to be our focus of this presentation in the museumization of libraries, cultural heritages, and how do we look at these kinds of items in our libraries. So basically, cultural heritages is spreading beyond monuments and the just collection of artifacts that basically would do coin down to what we call the tangible heritages, but it basically includes an array of traditions or living expressions inherited from our ancestors, in some cases passed on from one generation to another. When we talk about intangible heritages, we could be looking at performing arts. Growing up, we would have situations where we'd be seated around a fire and our parents would give us stories, riddles. Those are kinds that we could be looking at. Oral traditions, rituals, cultural festivals, the knowledge and practice concerning nature and the universe. These things that have been passed on from generation to generation. How do we use a certain remedy to cure these? How do we mix certain leaves so that we can get a remedy to a certain thing? The knowledge and skill to produce traditional crafts. Now, this is what UNESCO is telling us, that for intangible heritages, we have an array of those things that talk about the performing arts, oral traditions, rituals, and the knowledge that we get from our descendants. This museumization, looking at that background, what basically is this museumization in libraries about? So when we talk about museumization of libraries or in libraries, we are looking at how a library is trying, can libraries set and pace interventions in cultural heritage management? Can libraries put up strategies that can allow for the cultural heritage management in their walls, in their spaces? And this museumization in libraries can come in so many ways, and we can do quite a number of things as librarians. The first, we should always can we open spaces? Opening spaces for cultural heritages, in the sense that in your library somewhere, you could think about a space that you could create, and you preserve that area for cultural heritages. And if we have these spaces, then we can move out to promote these cultural heritages, market them, and allow communities to really come on board, exhibit them, so that people can know what is happening, what are they about, what do they represent. We preserve and conserve them for the future, so that even people that come after us are able to come around and see these cultural heritages, because they are something that is going to help with the national identity and trying to enable our societies continue living without forgetting where we're coming from. So basically, museumization in libraries, we can do all these things, open spaces, promote them and exhibit the cultural heritages. And in turn, we will realize that there is a balance between developing the tourism that is taking place here and there in the countries, and as well as generating revenue, while at the same time, as libraries, we are able to participate and get involved in the conservation of the physical integrity of these heritages. And at the same time, we are able to promote, we are able to celebrate their education, educational, historical, and basically cultural values that come with these kinds of cultural heritages. But this museumization that we are talking about, how basically does it fit in the UN Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030? So we see that of all the goals of the UN agenda, we have goal 8 that talks about decent work in economic growth, and it aims at promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. And then we have goal 11 that looks at sustainable cities and communities. And we are able to look at how are we able to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Going further to dissect these goals, in goal 8 that talks about promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, the target 9 in the UN Sustainable Development Goals says at least that by 2030, there should be a way we devise and implement policies that are able to promote tourism, that creates jobs, and most importantly, and promote local culture and products. That is where we are fitting in. How are we able to promote local culture and products? Museumization. And then the goal 11 talks about making cities and human settlements. And its target 4 emphasizes the requirement to strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. Again, that's where we are fitting in terms of museumization, as we try to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and our roles as libraries, librarians here and there. So as we are able to do all this, as we are able to promote goal 8.9 and then Sustainable Development Goal 11.4, we see that the library can be in the center of this in one way or another. And most importantly, for instance, if we want to promote our local culture and products, and we are going to get involved in this thing of promoting local culture, our libraries can go a step in developing and implementing policy that will govern the management of these kinds of heritages that they can bring in their spaces. We can go ahead and offer spaces. And once we have these heritages in our walls or spaces, we can allow for virtual tours, for instance, to take place. In that way, we are kind of promoting these cultural heritages. We can run physical exhibitions where we allow communities to come on board and really view what is happening in there, what heritages are existing, and what is their significance. Why do we have them? You know, and that comes with a lot of things that will comes in the works that run with museumizations, things to do with documentation. We can look at allowing for public participation. Can we have the community get involved, depending on the policies that we set as libraries to manage cultural heritages? Can we have public participation in the process of collecting, identifying, you know, even preservation where possible? And then we go ahead and market these heritages out there for people to always come and remember and talk about the cultural heritages that we have. In goal 11.4, we see that we are to safeguard, protect, and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritages. There's a lot the library still here can do. the identification of these heritages is important. We identify, but can we also document them? Identify and do the documentation. Pick every bit about the different heritages or cultural heritages that we are picking and placing in our museum spaces or our library spaces. Going ahead to do some kind of 3D printing to create replicas of the cultural heritages that are there, in the sense that we can even limit exposure of the actual original artifacts by using the 3D imaging, which is a very good tool that we can actually use to continue doing even the marketing and the virtual kind of exhibitions that we could run, the digitization bits of it, especially with the knowledge that is moving on from the different kinds. This is something when we talk about what have our descendants been, what were they doing, and what can we do? Can we go and tap that knowledge that was there, some kind of indigenous knowledge, and then how are we tapping it so we can preserve it for the future? We're going ahead to set up databases, and we manage databases of these different heritages and collections, and not only creating databases, but creating databases that are accessible and can be availed to the entire public, depending on how your policy that you've developed in the library would work. Running conservation works for your cultural heritages to ensure that they will still remain available for as long as they still make significance to that. Specifically, currently, I wanna take you to a particular place, Lira University. And I wanna say big up to Lira University. Lira University team has attended this conference, and they have done a very good job with the element of trying to museumize their library, taking on the concept of museumization. And this, of course, goes to all the other university libraries out there and any other library that is creating space that can try at one time to look at these cultural heritages and see how we can manage them, preserve them, and even exhibit them to the public. Uganda Matters University is one of them that has space there offering the same. And we thank you, Uganda Matters University, as well for that effort in this line. Lira University, I'm gonna take Lira University as an example, that we see that even though this library is kind of small, and to tell you members, Lira University is one of the new public university. I think it is barely 6 or 7 years. I think it's in around there, between 5 and 7 years. And despite the size of the library, it has tried to create a space for cultural heritages and other heritages that they can always exhibit out to people. These are pictures that we took from Lira University on some of the things that they may be having. We see from where sculptures there, we see shields and war artifacts and other currencies, etc. Now, Lira University, in our discussions, we found out it aims on doing quite a number of things, appreciating local heritages without discrimination, meaning they are able to go and collect heritages from different areas without saying, this is our limit, this is what we can only take. They are able to look at all the local heritages in their region. The aim is to try and make sure that at least they can document and preserve the local heritages in their region. They're trying to, the aim, again, they have the other one of acquiring and securing the cultural heritages in their area. They try to document the cultural heritages in the area. They want to preserve and manage cultural heritages. They want to display and exhibit the cultural heritages. They want to create a center for cultural heritage education and training. And now, this is not a small thing, and this is a very big thing, and it's a very big agenda, creating a center for cultural heritage education and training. And the one thing that I want to say again, that this is good effort. And all I can ask Leroy University and the team is not to give up, never to stop this venture, move it up, and try to see how we can continue protecting cultural heritages. And if we are going to set a center for cultural heritage education, and then we start small, and then you continue growing until you become the place that people will always come to, the library with cultural heritages and education, cultural heritage education and training. So they want to promote research in cultural heritage management, same area, another big one. Again, that's another big one, and it calls for a lot. It's not only calling for your effort and dedication, but it may also require other things like a very big envelope, a basa in my language. You may require a big basa to help you with that one. So we see that with these different aims that they have tried to perform different activities that Leroy University, with their cultural heritages, have participated in national exhibitions that have taken place, national fairs, national festivals that have taken place, and many pictures have been taken there, and the appreciation and the feedback that has always come from the communities there was always good. And planning community participation activities, especially where they want the community to come in and even just to view, even if it's just viewing and seeing what you have on board in your libraries. They are looking at education services. And in this, one thing I'm certain of is they have done a lot of teaching of the visitors. One thing about museums and the management is about the visitor management, which is another area that is important if you're going to run some form of museum within your library. Visitor management is important, and Leroy University has tried to find a way of managing the visitors. And when they are going to visit their libraries, to look at the museums, to look at the heritages that are there, at least they've managed that. They are teaching the visitors that are coming in. Visitors current from the last time, I think that was last year, that I can remember, they were having sessions that they were holding with school-going pupils, secondary school students, colleges and institutions within the area, and they were trying to talk to these people about the heritages that they have. And again, they do not only have the heritages, but they are trying to do the conservation, because it's not all about having them, but ensuring that you have them for as long as they are really still relevant. That's why if we remember the definition and of the International Council of Museums, when they are defining museums, they say it is a permanent institution. So if it is a permanent institution, you always want to see that the objects that you have around, the heritages you have in your collection, are always available. So for the conservation, they have done that with the help from some well-wishers that have really come in. Collections acquisition, also an activity that they've really engaged in, especially within the Lango region, the Acholi sub-region, in the Karamoja areas, where they have moved out and collected quite a number of heritages that they have in their museum. And then the element of documentation, because this is what now helps us to keep track, to know what we have, what was its purpose, what is it used for, and what is its significance. So the documentation keeps going on, and other collections management functions that they are running. Now, when we look at the scope of Leroy University Museum objects, they have legal tender, currencies, and these currencies, I remember vividly, they have Nigerian currencies, they have the Kenya, and then the Uganda currency and its evolution. You'll be amazed that when kids come to this museum and they are looking at the money, they're like, oh, there was even this one, there was even this one. And some of these people have never looked at the money, and there are even many of us that are even around here, but I've not seen the monies that we were using in the previous years, 10 years back, 20 years back. These monies are still there, 30 years back, and then the currencies are in there. We have the museum at Lira has sculptures, specifically wood carvings, that they display and have significances that attach to them, different other kinds of artifacts. They have the pala, which is basically knives. They have the body atonements evolution that depict it, try to depict it where they have come from in those regions, how their body adornment has been over and over the years. Preservation containers, essential animal skins and their significance, so why they have the animal skins and what they basically mean to their communities. The mats, adanyas and meya, you know, those traditional kinds of furniture. And you look at the adanya and adanya from different Karamoja sub-region, Acholi sub-region. These are some things that people come in and like, wow, this is good. And the leisure and entertainment tools, food, cultural equipment, war and fighting tools, these are at the Lira University Library Museum. Now, though Lira University Library has the museum, and it's done quite a lot in trying to ensure the museum lives. Of course, it has its own challenges, and just like any other museum, the challenges are always there. The challenges are always there. The budget is small, of course. Probably the dedicated budget to managing the museum facility is lacking, and sometimes you have rigid community members, especially this one comes with during the process of acquisitions and collections management. Space challenges, of course, like I even said earlier, this Lira University library is not a very huge library, and the space is a challenge. Even the very huge libraries still will cry out on space. So we all appreciate that space is a very big element that needs to be worked out if we are going to run or have a museum with us in the libraries. The distances that they move to go and collect, the language barriers when they are moving out to collect these heritages, the poverty, which is good but also bad during collection of these heritages, hostility, which is basically coming even it comes linked to the rigidity that some people have the artifacts, but they are not willing to even release them or willing to sell them out because they have an attachment to them. They have an attachment to them, though some of them may not even have an attachment, but they just want to have their thing, or they look at you as a foreigner that is intending to steal, because different communities have different ways in which they interpret different things. The absence of insurance is a very important challenge out there, that these heritages, I can't put a price on heritages as a person. I really can't put a price on cultural heritages, but the absence of insurance makes it a very huge challenge that should anything happen with the heritages and without insurance, you always have challenges here and there. And then, of course, the absence of policy and issues around the management. Policy is important, and there always needs to be an adequate policy that has to always be revised over and over, so that we are sure that we are running museums and we are taking care of these policy issues around visitors management, exhibitions, you know, what time can people come in, what time can they go out, on issues of collections management, how are we collecting, things on ownership, things of rights, who has which rights, all these falling under policy. And this is a very big tool that needs to be worked out by the Lira University Library Museum Management team. I only want to say this thing to Lira University Library team, that what they are doing there is a good job. And despite the challenges, what they are doing is something good. You're at least contributing more to the sustainable development goals by ensuring that these cultural heritages live and they will communicate. So the people that will come after you, after us, they will continue being there. So despite the challenges, we can always move around, see how we navigate the different challenges and move through these problems we have. As I conclude, the element of museumizing in libraries basically is calling upon us as librarians, as library heads, as professional information managers to shift or to shift in a way that our libraries can integrate cultural heritages in their spaces. And as we are doing this, we are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals and the UN Agenda 2030. These heritages are essential to the spiritual well-being of certain people. You do imagine the attachment that some people have on the heritages. So they have that spiritual well-being of people because of their powerful symbolic, aesthetic, and religious impressions. These heritages are important assets for economic development, and they help people recover, have that sense of continuity, dignity, and empowerment as a community. So when we look at cultural heritages, we are looking at a resource for sustainable development, and it plays a substantial role in creating the national identity and preserving cultural diversity. Where are we coming from? That is something that is important. So us as libraries, we only need to open spaces, set policy, and see how can we integrate the element of museums in our libraries and promote sustainable development goals continuously in the different angles that we can afford as libraries. I wanna take this opportunity to thank you people for giving me this opportunity to present Apoyo Isaac Mukungu remains my name. I thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac Mukungu from Sitema University, for bringing us this very important concept of museumization. It has been very good. I believe as librarians, we've been presented a challenge to take up museumization as an information practice in our libraries so that we can project ourselves in the community and be seen contributing towards sustainable development of our people in our communities. We are so grateful and thank you. The presentation is with us. We can keep on reading it and understanding it and see how we can apply it in our various environments. Thank you so much. At this moment, I would like to welcome Dr. Ruth, again, the co-chairperson, to welcome our keynote speaker is with us. And we really want to appreciate him so much for coming to be with us. And as he makes his presentation, we shall be having our break tea. And we believe even our virtual members can also grab their cup of tea, their water, and we proceed. As we have the tea, we shall also continue with our presentations so that we can cover the time which we have already spent. Thank you very much. Dr. Ruth, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And I also like to thank Mr. Mukungu for that lightning talk on the new direction of libraries. Makerere University Library is also moving towards that. Thank you so much. Now I wish to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Robert Ikoja Odong. Professor Ikoja, I believe, is widely known amongst the ALIS fraternity. He is the Vice Chancellor of Sorority University, and for his academic credentials, he has a BA from Makerere University, a Master of Philosophy and Publishing from the University of Stirling in Scotland, He has a PhD in Library and Information Science from Zululand University in South Africa. And he is actually a pioneer Vice Chancellor of Soweto University. Recently, we read in the news that his Sanja had been renewed. So I believe he enjoys and is appreciated by his employers. And as the ALIS fraternity, we are proud of him because he is one of us. And he's the first Vice Chancellor to occupy, he's the first person from our profession to occupy the highest office, the highest academic seat. So we congratulate him for that. So I would wish to invite him to give us the keynote address. Thank you very much. Hello, Professor Ikoja. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Ruth, Prof is walking to the where the
Okay, he's going to the podium.
Yes, he's just walking towards the podium. It is fine. We can wait for him. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, he's coming. He's just coming to be on.
What's the podium there?
It's crowded. This is not management.
Sorry. Professor Ikoja, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am Professor Ikoja. I praise God for meeting most of you whom I was with 15 years ago.
Yeah.
It's always great.
Yes.
And keep fit for the future.
Yes.
This is very important. You can see me, I'm still fit.
Yes.
Yeah. It's only the air is going away because of work. Yeah. Really, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a busy man. Very, very busy. But when it came to talking to people, when I was asked to come to say something about sustainable development goal vis-a-vis us, I said, I think I will go there physically. I've been having the National Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. I always work up to 11 o'clock with them, and they went up and gave Soweto University a green light to proceed with medical education. Last night, the last 2 days, I was working with the National Council for Higher Education up to about 8 p.m. And they also gave us a green light to continue making the university greater than it is at the moment. So God is always there.
Amen.
The only thing you need to do is being united in your thought and focus forward. Now, I came here, first of all, to meet all of you. Those of you who have been with me in many years ago. I was in Makerere University at the East African School of Library and Information Science a long time ago. Then I was posted to become a director of the Institute of Psychology, and I disconnected with the library school a bit. It was a time they were switching off the Institute of Psychology because students had not graduated for 6 years. And when I went there, in 1 week, I got all the results and presented to Senate. And students graduated. That means efficiency. Efficiency. And that's one of the words I want to take into account. 2 years later, I was upgraded to be the principal of the College of Computing. And I did it well. And the government found me fit to go to establish a new university in this country. That's Soweto University. I don't want to talk much about myself, but to all of you, what I want you to understand is that let's be achievers. Let's be achievers wherever we are. There has always been a tendency to believe that librarians are not at that level. Let me tell you, in 1918, the Russian president was a librarian. The Russian president, Lenin, was a librarian. In America, the wife of the former American president, what's her name?
Laura.
No. The other one who from a Little Rock. Clinton's wife.
Laura
Was a library assistant in New York. That is it. So we are capable and we are able. In South Africa, there are examples where librarians have become the future vice chancellors. So who are we not to? Especially when we know we have arms, who have been armed through training and experience to access what education means. That is information. So why are we docile? People seem to think that we are not very useful. When the budget comes, they cut hours. But when food comes, theirs is brought up, and so on and so forth. It is time for us to be strategic and agitate for our rights. Now, let me stop there and start with my paper. You know, mine is not an empirical paper. Empirical paper means you have to go to the field, collect the data, analyze it, get insights into what's saying, and eventually produce what's new or what's not new for that purpose. So my purpose is theoretical as well as conceptual. Theoretical in that I have experience. 1, 2, I read all the time. I only spend 3 hours sleeping, but I work for 17, 18 hours a day because of the work I do. So you find that you have to be well versed with what's happening in your field to make it work. A sir has come, I have recognized him, and so on and so forth. So what am I aiming at today? My aim is, and to us all, is to stimulate a response to how Liz is contributing or not contributing to sustainable development goals. That's it. Mukungu talked about what is happening in Lira, and is one of the shepherds who is moving too fast from Lira, where. He talked about cultural heritage. I agree, because one of the things he forgot to say, all libraries are keepers of cultural heritage. These books you are seeing are cultural heritage, because inside their pages is a cultural idea that we keep for generations to come. That is it. Ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation, I have itemized issues that could look to be a workshop, that could look to be a lecture, but is titled a keynote address. First of all, what is a keynote address? To all of us, and you are going to be leaders tomorrow, or you are already leaders tomorrow, a keynote address begins with a small story. That is it. And from there, you can talk the rest of the things. My small story is that God has helped all of us to get there. We are God's children. And when you are doing well, God will always assist you. And keep praying all the time, in the evening and in the morning. And once you go for food and so on, not only when you miss an accident or say, oh my God, and that's not that. You're going to church every day. It does not mean that you are going to give it. No, in your heart, God sees you. Always pray for the right things. If I pray that I want an aeroplane, is it sensible? It doesn't. Because where will I take it? Where will I put it? What for will I do it? Why don't I share with the people the movement? That's that. Now, I was invited to speak on the theme, Lee's contribution to sustainable development. And I was restrained by the people that co-chairperson to say, don't speak everything, speak some things only. And those things are lease and parish model, lease and information on agriculture, lease and information on health, lease Libraries without borders. Libraries with borders is something we all know. It's almost getting us out of control to become jobless. Because why now? I can go and sit below the tree and access information. So long as I have equipment, I have skills to be able to do that and be connected to the center where the information is collected. Passwords are very important. Therefore, for purposes of my excitement, because I've met many people who will be with me, I'll talk anything. That is it. Now, the concepts. I said my paper was conceptual. It comes from the concept. Do we understand the concepts? When that chairman rang me, he said, we want you. I said, this one has not gone to public relations. You don't direct me that we want you, because the one who want means you are directing me. I said, no, please. It's okay. That is okay. That is her. She could have said, Professor, how are you? And so setting a climate for me to hear what she's saying, but she forgot that one. She just said on the phone, we want you, we have been identified, we want you. I said, it's okay. She asked, well, who has talked? Then I got email from Ruth Maga, my colleague. She said, Professor, you come and talk to her. You come, again, another directive. Another directive. I said, okay. Then I also took advantage to ask her, what do you mean by LIS, L-I-S? She said, I think it is about library and information science. I considered and kept quiet, not knowing that there are so many things to eat than that one. So I want to begin by saying that LIS is generally understood as library and information science as it was stated. But it is also stated in a number of ways. For example, library and information services, it's LIS. For example, library and information studies, it is a LIS. It's also closely related with library and information scientists. So you can see. So being parochial is dangerous. And it's not your fault, it's our fault as teachers. Because we taught you it's library and information science, it's library and information science all the time. But let's be educative to ourselves so that let's not take one concept as meaning one thing. For purposes of this conference, I want to tell you that it's as wide as that, because there are other terms which talk the same thing. For example, in information communication studies, when you go to the curriculum of information and communication studies, it's the same thing we're doing. It is also meaning that there are other nearby words which are all in nature. They used to call it library economy in 1960s. Library economy. Since librarianship took form in 1870 in America, in Columbia University, and in 1920s in Chicago University, these words have been changing. In 1960, the first professor of mathematics in India called it librarianship, and later on modified it to become library science. And to be impressive, in 1980s, they say library and information science. Don't you see? Cascading through history. Things keep on changing, but the context is that we keep on changing the tools. The catalog which you used to go to start with the cards is no longer there. The typewriter which we used, although it was information technology at happened, it is no longer there. Now it is this thing. Now it is this phone which I'm carrying on in my pocket, because I have to do administration online and so on and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue was library and information science is all embracing science. They talked about museology. It's also about information science in a context. It's about those cultural artifacts that we keep. It could be in the caves. It could be in the museums. It could be in our libraries. These are all information carriers. If I look at a picture there, the important thing is that it should not be words only. Words are for reading, but A picture is for interpretation. So that's an information thing. And in our education system, in foundation of education, we are saying, even if you look at it, form your own opinion. That's very important. Form your own opinion. You will get to know it as you go along. Therefore, the important thing is that LEAS as a field means it's an interdisciplinary subject, which means the role we have to do in different aspects. For us as librarians, as we call ourselves, as activists, as other kinds of people, we are there to serve humanity. To serve humanity. The word which Mukungu mentioned was according to UNESCO. But what about according to himself? That's the challenge. All the time, even when you are writing a literature review, according to this, according to that. But in yourself, are you not an authority? What do you think it is? That's a deficiency in teaching. I'm not giving you a lecture on that one. I'm not giving you a lecture on that one. So the concept we are looking at was LEAS. And for my presentation, I want you to understand it in a variety of ways and in a broader manner. Some of you, like the librarian from somewhere, knew how to use CS list of subject headings. Or this one's for legal languages, for medical or sciences and so on. There is what we call C also. That's what we are talking about. Those were the things at my time. We are now archivists of information science because we left it a long time ago. I'm now dealing with politics of governance. See? Now, if that alone, these sustainable development goals, what are they? You know, again, people are going to run a risk of definitions or explanations. I want to tell you people, liberate yourself. Liberate yourselves by not sticking to definitions, because if the word appears defined, you have to quote the book, the page where it got it, and which year it was published. Rather explain in your own thinking, so that even if you make mistakes, nobody will crucify you. I am external examiner of 5 African universities for PhDs and masters. When I see the word defined without being paid, which is no mark there. That is it, because it's a serious matter. So, for our purpose, listen to this. Sustainable development goals aim at what? They aim at one thing: addressing societal problems. They aim at addressing social, economic, political problems of societies. Is that true? Yes. They are made of several goals and targets. By the time they were framed, there were only 17. And they were broken into manageable bills for purpose of implementation, and they became 169. So therefore, they are also in the short as an acronym SDGs. Those are the sustainable development goals. And when you look at closely who brought them about, it was United Nations. And when you talk about United Nations, it's the biggest organization in the world, which is managing now 193 countries. In 1945, when it was started, it was only 51 countries, but the family has grown. And within there, it has got a structural organizations, which I'm not going to talk about now. The idea between SDGs is that no one should be left behind. It is development of societies, development of societies from those 17 goals. Perhaps the most important thing for us to discuss, why 17? Unlike the Millennium Development Goals, which expired in 2015, the important thing is that Millennium Development Goals were meant for developing countries. And Sustainable Development Goals is meant for all the world. It is an examination of what is happening in the world. Briefly, Sustainable Development Goals is about people. it's about poverty, it's about this planet, it's about prosperity, it's about all those things. The question I'm not going to ask you to answer is, how did we realize the Millennium Development Goals? The answer is no. Poverty has become even more serious. Inequality has become even more serious. Gender is one of the goals. Are we becoming balanced? What is happening in Africa? It's a problem. This issue about the climate change, the temperatures are rising. There are lots of what issues to do with the climate now, because we have shaved off the hair of the world. That is the truth. In California, always fire. In North America, always fire. In Southeast Australia, always fire. In Africa, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, floods. As late as of today, Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, is the trouble with floods. That 2 weeks ago, it was Afghanistan which had 2/3 of the country. Pakistan, 2/3 of the country were under floods. What happens with floods? The feces will mix up with the water, and what happens is that is there to help. And yet one of the goals is about health. You see the point? So sustainable development goals, they are intertwined. So conscripting me to talk about information for agriculture, information for health, information for this, these things are all linked. Poverty cuts across. Because say in our country here, we have people who are rich. Those are able. People who are in the middle there, I don't know where you belong. And people who, what we call a cheap population. A cheap population is this one in the local. Because managing them, first of all, illiteracy is high. 2, poverty is high. 3, the conditions for getting to better situation is a problem. Health services are not everywhere, and so on and so forth. So please take it from me that sustainable development goals came from the United Nations in 2015, and they are ending in 2030. They are not even a dream, they are just goals. And in the goals, they will always be what we call activities in there. And within there, we expect an output. And how do we measure? That's now, if you are writing grants, that's how it works about. So, but the idea is, the vision is that let development come to all of us. Let development come to all people in the world. Because in different parts of the world, there are problems. So they concretize this as a package. The major question is that all of us are supposed to be key stakeholders. It is not just government alone. It's also about us, politicians, civil society organizations, school, everything like that. All are acting in collaboration or singly were supposed to contribute to sustainable development goals. And this one, I'll tell you how it works. The major question is, how do these professionals, how does information and library services contribute to sustainable development? And even why? And even why should we? That's the role of government, isn't it? But we are part of government. A government, by definition, is in all of us, except the difference is that decision makers differ. That's all. To these questions, I ask the least fraternity. In the first place, do you know about sustainable development goals? As you did, or you did not know about Millennium Development Goals. Now, if sustainable development is about caring for all people beyond their families and friends, does Liz play a role here? Does it play a role here? If we don't know the answer, you keep quiet. And if they are, what and how has it been done? That brings us to a focus of the role of Liz in sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, in research, we start from a big picture. Then we come down to the middle picture. Then we come to a small picture. Some people call it the funnel shape. Some people call it the tree problem analysis. Now, the biggest picture is what is happening throughout the world about this contribution to sustainable development. When it comes to regional, how do we say in Africa, are we contributing to sustainable development? Then we descend down to Uganda or East Africa. Are we contributing or we are not contributing? Then we localize the situation to Kampala. That is the shape. Now, from the international perspective that I've come across, they say this: very little research has been devoted towards the strategic role of library information sciences in sustainable development. That's point number one. Internationally, that means around the world. Number two, while the United Nations had emphasized the forces of information for sustainable development, very little progress linking sustainable development with information has been made. Number three, information about sustainable development is available, but linking it to what we know, what we do, has been largely ignored. Number four, in all key documents, say of United Nations, what is happening is that we have tended to ignore, including libraries and archives and museums and so on in there, except treating them as individual topics. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to educate you on this. A billion years ago, there was no America. There was no Australia. There was only one landmass called the Earth. And some of you have done Darwinian theory. I see a librarian of Soroti University there, the vice president of ULIA. You're welcome. Over a period of time, we are told that the Earth began cracking. And that's why it started, land masses started moving in various directions. That's why even if you brought them by paper, jigsaw together, you get them on one side. What is it that I'm talking about? There was one landmass, and the roof of the planet is the sky. The roof of the planet is the sky. We are here. Our forefathers were the first early person and ape until we are today putting no suits. It is information. People have done research. People have had experiences. People have written papers. People have developed models. People have done a lot of things. Today, we are proud that we are having libraries. When you go to the library, to the libraries, you find a department of geography. You find a department of antiquities, a department of many other things. So you find that the thread between us, librarians, between libraries and sustainable development goals. Let's call this list this way. SDG.
I passed behind here.
Conveying their messages through information. They think information is just ordinary.
Oh, that building.
That
Room theater number?
from
2. Thank you.
development. So that's one of the things. But IFLA in 2016 raised the red
I
flag.
passed up here.
You cannot talk about sustainable development goals without talking about institutions that keep information about sustainable development goals. And I think you agree with me. You can't talk. It was in 1945 when they say United Nations is a zone for promoting human rights. And that human rights was something to do with keeping information about how to keep people's lives correctly. And it's only when they identified public libraries as the most important areas to deal with. And the libraries became UNESCO centers for information dissemination on human rights, on the progress of society, and so on and so forth. So UNESCO, IFLA, which is International Federation of Library and Information Associations and Institutions, raise the red flag. And then you guys from United Nations, what you publish in print, in online, is information in context. Information in context. If you are talking about an article in a journal, in a book, in a what, the artifact is the carrier information. So that's what happened. In fact, in relation to what IFLA did, was to say that I ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with the national legislation and international agreements. In accordance with the national legislations and international agreements. In our country, there is the National Library of Uganda Act, there is the Copyright Act, there is the Freedom of Information Act, there are so many other things, but in the germane of it all is that it is information we're handling. So IFLA argues that since the new agenda, that's SDGs, came into effect, integrated framework of 17 goals and so on are born within the context of our contribution as LIS, as a profession, as a scientist, as services, and so on and so forth. So libraries support many, if not all of these UN 2030 agenda, vision, and SDGs. This is because libraries are key players or key institutions that have a vital role to play in the development of every society. Where there is no information, let's assure there is nothing which is progress. It is just remembering, exchanging information the way we want. So you can see that our organization, IFLA, through its, even Lione, I think Lione, you have also discovered that one, did something. So what others did not know is that librarians, museologists, archivists, records managers is that contribute. Librarians, museologists contribute specialists, backyard specialists, but not frontliners. Every time we go, the president speaks on the podium, he's talking information in context. Every time everything happens, politicians talk, we talk. Even today, I am talking information in context. So that is what I want to do. The common element, all of it is information. And I want you to understand, not from the intellectual point of view, that information is the fuel that drives the world. It is what causes the network. It is the channels through which we use information that create what we call pipes of linkages. A library is a node. Archive is a node. A museum is a node. But those things travel from a certain website, from a certain database to those places using the pipes, imaginary pipes, technological pipes. Not that is you have to link a plastic to the other room. You can also do that one. That's okay. But information is what links all of us in the world. Therefore, libraries as information institutions, I want you to understand that, are critical to the actualization of the SDG agenda. In this view, libraries are considered to engineer community development by constantly accommodating new roles and rendering new services, powering development through information access and community partnerships, through the provision of what they keep, through the services they do, which I will say later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, even if you did not know about SDGs, but you have heard about them, even if you are not directly doing the job of SDGs, the important thing is that you are doing the work indirectly. You are contributing. You don't have to carry a label to say, I am contributing to SDGs. No, be known by your works. Yes. Because we trained you from the library school, you got employment, you brought the skill, knowledge and skills from there, and now you are subletting your skills to others in front of you, like lecturers, like researchers, like students, and so on and so forth, isn't it? Yes. That is the way. That's the way, how relevant we are. For example, academic libraries provide the following roles: provision of materials to support curricula. I don't know, academic libraries, maybe this person from Kiambu knows whether they are still receiving reading lists from lecturers. If you are not receiving, then how do you know how collection development is going to be? How? Two, we're also supposed to carry out other activities in supporting researchers. Researchers, unfortunately, we are docile there. We're not doing a lot of research. No, I want to tell you, even through scientometrics or bibliometrics, or even using impact factor, SCG impact factor, it's difficult to find written things from East Africa. When you go to library philosophy, where most people want to deposit their things, it's a granary of what happens in African libraries. It's very Ukelo there, Koja there, somewhere there. That is it. But very little. I would have wanted in my teaching to say, we have quoted you too much. We have quoted you too much. Okay, go there. You find a list of papers about women, information needs, information sources, information seeking behavior, everything. To me, this is gold. What is new is what is important. See, but we have a role to play. Assisting others to do that. Hello, library users generally. We have what we carry out what we call user education. There's what we call library instruction, where we teach people what to do. Imagine in our country here, I've not entered public libraries for a long time. Whenever I come, I call the National Library of Uganda. The thing we do, we have students, even lecturers, who don't know how to use a computer. It takes us a lot of time to, because the person gets this one, then say, oh, the material has disappeared from the school. How do I recover it? That is it. Yeah? Nurturing the less skilled and less fortunate to become seekers of information inside this box. Even today, even the Bible, it is on our phones. You don't have to say, let's open book of Isaiah, chapter this and so. Just say, okay, all right. The message is there. Technology has, and we must cope up with it. Otherwise, these cultural facts may become a problem. And secondly, be careful. The development world is putting us on a trial. Because the moment they put everything online, and say switch off Google, where shall we have? If there's, where shall we get information we want to be proud about? It's colonialism in the third order. I don't go to those. I rub shoulders with them, so I talk. So, besides youth education, there are also our libraries, what we call four walls, where we provide space for and silence for people to read. No matter, no wonder, one of the golden rules of librarianship or library science is that keep silence. You can't keep silence when people are noisy. You can't read when there is music nearby. You can't read when someone is smoking nearby. It's just ethical of how to use the information system. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also do other things like providing up-to-date technologies for accessing information. I will inform you. Cataloging today, we are saying ACR2, ACR3, Kidaga's domain is like this, like this, like this. The question is, why don't you go to Amazon and pick just an entry and plug it in your phone? This is it. Technology. You have to keep up with the rest of the world. But not say, author here, the title cover that way, this thing that way. Whoa, not yet. But let's not blame ourselves. We came from far. As we become archives, you, the new ones, are getting into this one. Okay. I will cut my story short. I was asked to talk about the parish development model. What is it? All of you have heard about this parish development model. The only thing I want to inform you about is, don't ask me whether it's successful or it will fail. Since I was asked to talk about it, one, the model was announced by government on the 22nd of February this year. The idea is converting, taking development to the grassroots. And it's people at the grassroots to decide their own priorities, whether in health, whether in education, whether in security, whether in so on and so forth. That is the development model. And this development model is anchored on 1995 article of the Constitution. 1995 Constitution, which says decentralization to ensure people's participation and democratic control in decision making. Are we with them? This article is made operational with the law, Local Government Act. So I'm seeing Kiwelu is saying I must go away. Skip that one. Now you know where it comes. What is development model? First of all, there are still things which are staggering. People don't know yet about it. And when people get the money, they say 50 million, something like, I don't know how many people. When you divide it, you end up getting 50,000. What will you do with it? Drink it out. It goes. But I don't report that I said drink it out. What I'm saying is that since I was told by my masters to say about it, I will say it. Information to health. The purpose in information for health is what I wanted to know. The purpose is this. It is to provide national minimum health care package through the structures of governance. From the ministry to your LOC, no, this is health center tools. From there, and it covers the Ministry of Health, headquarters, ministry. It has national hospitals, it has regional referral hospitals, it has district hospitals, it has sub-county health center clinics, and so on and so forth. It also brings on board, the issue of those private practitioners for profit and not for profit, and also brings those who provide complementary medicines, which we talk about as traditional knowledge. All those are interplays of information for health. From down, up, down, across, and so on. The question is, are we there? I want to mention this. I'm also supposed to say something about libraries without borders. Are we now talking about green libraries? What are green libraries? There is silence. You know, every time, the world will not stop anyway. It will continue. When you start accessing information inside the bus, inside the taxi, in your phone, are you in the library? There is no border. When you start doing your things, even under your laptop, under a tree, is there a border? The other thing for all the libraries are for sitting, for reading, and so on. They are not bad places, but the situation has changed. So I want you to know that libraries without borders, the first time they mentioned it is from the University of Nebraska. It was an article written by 3 Nigerians. They say libraries without borders in 2018. But I want you to know that it is about getting information outside the library, using technologies, using your own sense, and using your own skills to access information on your laptop, on your smartphone, or any other things. Contribution of least to SDGs. Well, can I skip this one? No. That's the one you want to hear. Although evidence shows that we have done little by way of contributing SDGs, others from Africa are saying we have done something. What does that show us? It means we have a stronger side, we have also a weaker side. On the stronger side, how have we contributed to LEAS? One, directly through training of library and information professionals. Clear evidence. Secondly, information seekers, by acting as repositories of United Nations documents and making possible those documents to be accessed by different people. That's a fact. And also in training our users on digital literacy and information literacy. Isn't that a fact? And also in doing so, what we are contributing to what we call addressing the issue of digital divide. By letting everybody know how to use technology, not only computer, but also use of mobile phones with all its applications there. You are a mathematician or you are a businessman, there is an app there. There is something to send an email, Google, it is answered. What's your email address, and so on. When you don't know, the computer said, do you need some help? It asks you. I think you know these things. Yeah. Now, indirectly, what are we being able to do? We are intermediaries. We collect, process, make accessible to those who want. It is true. Also, we are not binding ourselves there, but you'll get more information about it later. There are numerous ways we're able to do this one. One is via social media networks. Among yourselves, you have ways of connecting, networking. We are doing it. The only thing is that there is no owner of a network here. Each one says this. You spread information as well. The only thing you have to be careful with 3 words: misinformation. 2, disinformation. 3, malinformation, which Trump usually says fake information. Fake. But it's useful. Right now, Brazil is on a runoff. They are now trading data insights against each other. The issue is misinformation, malinformation, something like that. The only thing I ask you to be conscious about all things. The other one, how we are contributing, is I don't know whether it's still functioning, is a telecenter in Luero. When I was still active in the library school, we would go there. There is a radio where locals come and talk their issues. And the librarian is in charge of moderating. There are also graphs, videos, and so on of development, of how to keep goats, how to keep bees. That's how we contribute to. And the overall goal is alleviating poverty and making prosperity. Isn't that the case? The answer is there. One thing I want to let you to know Telephone companies have taken some of our works because of investments they do. Telecom companies are super information gateways now. When you go to Airtel, when you go to MTA, everything, even circulating information, they have all numbers of intended audience to go to information to there. Are we part of the intended audience? Our role is to activate ourselves to get there so that we are the people who package information and we send it to the people. I think that's what we're supposed to do. What matters most is the message, its packaging, and the context of intended recipient. Using government machinery would also assist us if we became active, because government is the biggest librarian in the world. Yeah. It's the information. It's the biggest of information. It's also a limiter. If it finds that information is against itself, it's proscribed. It switches off that information. Or tells the writer to say, keep off, or else we shall deal with you. Lists can also contribute through cross-disciplinary research. But this is where I see a problem. When I was still in the library school, I remember my colleague King, Dr. King, we went to a room to listen to proposals, the concept notes. Concept notes, not proposals first. Then he would say, what is the list there? If you have to link list with agriculture, list with women empowerment, what is it? Remove women empowerment, list only. That's not correct. That's not correct at all. Now, well, let me try to cut short the story, but what are the challenges? There are issues that we must tackle before we dig into the matters of SDGs. We don't need to be so brilliant. I want to give you that hope. You don't need to be so brilliant to change things. Studies have shown that we can change the perception of this world by our active involvement in the world ahead of us. Active involvement of the world ahead of us, from the present to the future. That's why the motto of McKinney is we build for the future. And the future never stops. It's like defining a second, a tick-tack. It never stops, so tack, 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 tack. How do you define? Every second which passes, it is archived, it is ancient. So library professionals can contribute without even being aware that they do so. Some of the ways is through networking of our libraries. Networking. CUUL has done something. Willie has done something by enabling university libraries to access databases, to access a lot of information resources in that way. But the challenges are there. One of the challenges is this: there's a lack of competencies among some of ourselves. Competencies to navigate the web of information available there. 2, lack of technology literacy. Lack of information literacy technology. 3, poor connectivity. 4, inadequate power supplies. 5, poor funding. Also, it is my assertion, that's not mine, that there is limited knowledge about the relevance of SDGs in most of us. For us, we want to see. And of course, problems are real. They are not assumptions that we look like in the research stations. They are real. We don't know about them. We may be knowing, but that's a government purpose. Those who know may not have access to it. That's a problem. They might have them, but lack of operating knowledge of search engines is a problem. Lack of tools like computers is another problem. Poor searching skills is a problem. Lack of access to e-library resources is another problem. So, without taking it too much a line, there is one thing which I want to mention, which is a problem. That is lack of advocacy. I'm skipping most of these things. And failure by government to provide information in local languages so that we can distribute. It's a problem. All of us are becoming English speakers, and we speak different types of English. It's just for understanding only. Whether it's from J.A. Bright or Gudipe or what, it's okay, doesn't matter. And non-availability of soft packages to access information is also limiting factors. I want now to present myself before I go to a conclusion. The big question is, where do we go from here? Do we sit and roll our sleeves back, or we rise to do something? So far, CUUL has started a journey. How do we help it? How do we come in? In my opinion, there are 4 clusters. Cluster number 1 is that we need to awareness upping, improve our awareness and strategy. If we don't talk for ourselves, nobody will talk for ourselves. We shall always be say, hey, by the way, there's also a librarian there. A storekeeper even becomes more important than you. So upping of awareness and strategy to compete for resources is an issue. Number 2, our relation with government must improve. Leaders of CUUL must talk to government ministries. For example, if it's talking about women issues and information dissemination, what is the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Services doing? If it is about financial literacy, I know there is below Ministry of Finance, there is a huge space there with a lot of documents. All of you, they are free documents because you pay tax. Have you asked them? There's a lady called Achid. Have you? The things are locked up in what? In the paper where they are published. Do you regulars have government documents? No, because you don't know that they exist, but they are there. That means our relationship with the government must improve. Now, 3, library and information training. I want to say this. I don't know what's happening in the curriculum in the library schools, because we have a library school in Makerere, Kyambogo, Uganda Christian University. There's one in the Kabale. I think those are the ones. The issue is how contemporary are their papers. We must upgrade the curriculum by radical change of mindset to talk about issues of society, not about what happens in Europe, about in America. What are the contemporary issues in this country? For example, today, we are talking about Ebola. It's a serious matter. By last night, there was a big problem in the United States. Children are not sleeping, young babies. The hospitals are getting full. I don't know if that thing cannot come here. Children are bleeding. They don't sleep. They don't want to eat. They are crying all the time. The hospitals are overwhelmed. It could, because we fly left and right, one person can come here and cause a problem. Ebola, we don't know what happened. Recently, there was a battle in Budaka. One person came from Mubende for the burial, and he touched the 40 hands in Budaka. All those are sick. Now, you can see networking through these hands. We say, if you don't touch my hand, it's okay, but let me touch. Well, number 4, but first of all, on the library training, radically change our training to become more modern. ICT is the way. Information seeking behavior is the way. Information community profiling is another important one. Ladies and gentlemen, you see me here. I talk with the Vice Chancellor because I am knowledgeable about how to seek information. By the time they say, where did you get that information? I've already finished, I'm ahead. That's how we do it. I'm capable. The other one, cluster 4, professionalizing library and information science. In this country, we have important bodies like Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers. There is an international something of accountants of Uganda. For us, we have a CUUL. It's an association, loose association. So these are some of the areas I want us to look into. I have not mentioned that for purpose of time. In conclusion, I want to say this. The world is midway the end of SDGs. They started in 2015, and they will end in 2030. This is now 2022. 7 years back are gone. So 80 years in the front are still on. Can't we do something? There are still opportunities and challenges ahead of us, but I will mention the opportunities. As a lead agency, we should contact the government to be helping us in ways of improving information dissemination to the villages. When the Minister of this Minister of Health comes in with the charts, we must demand those charts also to be put in the libraries about how to wash your hands, how to keep a distance. When you see this side, you should do this, and so on and so forth. Don't touch each other, and so on, unless it is conveniently useful at night. Unless it is conveniently useful, that's why you can touch each other. Don't you see? Because at night, there is no way out. You are sleeping on the same bed, but you have to touch each other. Anyway, that is it. In my recommendation, I want to say, let's observe and report on the implementation of goals on our to opportunities. Time is there. We are there. The future will judge us accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Can we clap again and we appreciate you? This has been so great, and that's why we really needed you here, Prof. You have really awakened us very well. Thank you so much. Surely we must be achievers as librarians so that we can really contribute well into our communities. Thank you so much.
I'll send a soft copy to the people concerned. Then
Yes.
it will be distributed to you.
Okay, thank you. We shall appreciate. We shall send to members this keynote address so that everyone can be able to get it. At this moment, I would like to welcome Andrew to give us some small ice break. And then after, we are going to welcome Dr. Peter Katiti from Aga Khan University, Nairobi. He's supposed to take us through bibliometrics. And then we shall have our guest of honor because Dr. Katiti is quite busy, so we want to give him his time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And let's give a round of applause to Professor. It was a wonderful presentation. And Professor, we've learned a lot. And there's one thing we should all take home, which the professor has emphasized, and I think that is the fear of the Lord. And I think that's where they say the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. And that's why he is very knowledgeable. And he has also told us that we have to be united in thought as information professionals. And he's given us a whole history about how the concept of release is interpreted. Using our heads, and then the word cool using our waist. I guess I'm going to count from 3 to 1. 3, 2, 1. Let's write Liz. L I S. And then cool. C U L. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. At this moment, I would like to welcome Dr. Peter Gatiti to take us through bibliometrics and SDGs. Dr. Peter is with us, he's online. Sorry for online participants. I've told there were hitches in the network, but I believe it is on now. And I would like to welcome Dr. Peter Gatiti from Aga Khan University in Nairobi. Kindly, Dr. Peter, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
So, good morning, colleagues. Good morning. And I would like the conference secretariat to confirm that you can indeed hear me so that I can proceed. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great. I'm very pleased to be here this morning, joining my colleagues from Uganda to discuss issues attributed to Uganda contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals. So as you've heard, my name is Dr. Peter Gatiti. I am the University Librarian at the Aga Khan University. I would have wished to be there in person, joining the rest of the fraternity in this conference, but I have traveled and I'm currently speaking this from Pakistan. I also wish to thank the previous presenter, the professor. He has really challenged us as librarians to take a lead in matters pertaining to SDGs and not just do things the way we have done them previously, but rethink afresh. And that is very good coming at this particular point in time. So this morning, my presentation really will have some aspects of demonstrations, but basically it will be dwelling upon the 17 SDGs, which we are all aware, they are driven by the United Nations, having picked that from the previous MDGs. And the major key thing with the SDGs is using 17 parameters for measuring poverty eradication and protecting the planet and ensuring prosperity for all of us. So basically, on matters pertaining to sustainability, we tend to think of it as trying to meet the current needs without compromising on the future generations. So much when we think of climate and the environment, so that the future generations will come to a world which will be pleasant to live in. However, when I look at this in the context of higher education sector, we have a critical role to play in achieving the SDGs. So I will take two case studies as an example. So in Europe, a group of universities came together and formed a network of measuring how their respective universities are contributing to SDGs. And that network we call Aurora Universities. So basically, once we get to the Aurora Universities, what they do is to pick typical number of member institutions, in this case, universities. And for Uganda, think of the universities being the Makerere University, Kiambogo, and other universities in Uganda. Then they pick at collaboration, level of collaboration and its impact on SDGs, open access in terms of how they are publishing in open access journals, excellence, and finally, policy impact. So for this presentation, I will be showcasing that for Uganda, but allow me, before I do that, to stop the screen and try to share the Aurora SDGs so that we can get a further imagination. Brilliant. So that is a right view of the Aurora SDGs, which on the left hand, they would have all the 17 SDGs. And on this section, where my cursor is blinking is where they have tabulated the universities. So what they are using is artificial intelligence using a tool we call Power BI, which is basically a tool of Microsoft. And for this, you can see they are now putting all of the universities in one platform. Should I click SDG 3, for example, it will show me the university's conformity to the subsector of SDG 3. If at random I pick SDG 4, which is education, again, it changes very fast to show how their universities are conforming to SDG 4. Let me get to the parameter of collaboration. Again, within that, it will show me what level of aspects of collaboration pertaining to SDGs that the universities are meeting. So I'm not saying this so that we can rethink of Uganda being capable of doing this overnight. But for me, I think under the umbrella of CUUL, CUUL can be the leader, get the license for Power BI, and then lead all Uganda-based universities. Maybe they can even try to pick the top universities, 10 of them. Then we think of how we can come up with one platform that showcases this for Uganda. So at your own time, you may click on Aurora SDGs, get to their website, interact further with them, look at the funders, including the EU, and some of these projects, to be honest, for Uganda, even if we can collaborate and make it East African project, they are the kind of projects that easily we may be able to get funding to come up with such portals or knowledge sharing platforms. Allow me to stop my screen there. I go back to the PowerPoint. So that was Aurora. And the next screen really demonstrates now globally the global initiatives assigned to the higher education sector of the SDGs. So for the global initiatives, it's basically just dashboards.sdgindex.org. So I would like to give you a demo of at most 3 minutes of the same. Thank you. So on this demo, I am on the United Nations SDG, and what will happen is, assuming we want now evidence-based resources for a country called Uganda, I would go to country profiles, and over here, all the countries are listed, but I can basically type Uganda, and this will give us the SDG index of Uganda as a country, SDG index score of Uganda, and spillover. Spillover are goals which are spilling from one goal to the other one. Let us assume I wanted to look at Uganda, how it is doing in sustainability, SDG 11. Clicking on that will give me a glimpse on that. I can visualize on the map, whereby I'm now checking Uganda in the context of the challenges that are there. And where you see a lot of red, it means major challenges do exist. But where you see countries with yellow, it means they are having some challenges, but working towards them. SDGs are such that even countries like United Kingdom, you'll see them having some challenges. And for Uganda, it means climate action and responsible consumption and production, because Uganda is known for good production. these are the two metrics where Uganda is shining compared to other countries. But all the other ones are areas where some work is needed to be done for Uganda. So the key thing here is to know that in case you are reporting on SDGs, in case there are scholars who want to discuss with you matters pertaining to the SDGs, in case you would like to get good information that is evidence-based, that you cannot be challenged because it is United Nations, this is the portal that you would use for that. Let me stop share and continue with my PowerPoint so that we can go to other aspects of my presentation. So I came up with this within the same PowerPoint of dashboard.sdgindex.org. You click on Explorer, and the Explorer, in the interest of time, I do not do it live, but I will explain to the delegates. The Explorer, basically what it does, you are able to put many countries to see the parameters on SDGs. So I basically put on Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and included Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and Southern Sudan, because these are the countries that we are basically forming as EA. EA traditionally was Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. In my thinking, it still remains like that, but we've got now our other new institutions. So on matters pertaining to the ranking, in terms of where we are, that is the level of ranking, the UN rankings. And I then went on to pick on the same dashboard, picked on Uganda as a country. This one I've already shown. Good. And now the next one is, which is driven by my investigations. Remember, on the platform for Aurora, they were claiming that, I don't know, 10 or 44,000 publications of the Aurora institutions were contributing to SDGs. So for Uganda, being a country that is relatively not as old as those European countries, I think we are all impressed that 10,638 of Uganda publications are contributing to SDGs. And I was able to come to that conclusion using the principles of bibliometric analysis, which I had an opportunity 2 years ago of interacting with Uganda-based librarians, where I introduced to them the notion of bibliometric analysis, cytometric analysis, and are taking H index and other indexes, including webonometrics. But for this morning presentation, we are going to concentrate on bibliometric analysis. And I used a single database called Scopus, which is a citation database. So the first metric was mapping the institutions in Uganda with one single notion. The notion was basically looking which are the documents via affiliations. So there is nothing surprising here because Makerere is our old institution in Uganda and it's the most active university. But there was spillover because I believe Makerere University College of Health Sciences, Makerere University Science and Technology are a part of the Makerere University system. Now, Uganda Ministry of Health, I'm pleased to say it came as number 4, meaning the money that the ministry is putting in research is also being ferret all the way to Kiambogo University. Remember, there are more universities than this, but these were the top universities which I found after mapping that their research was contributing to SDGs. The next one I did was to see, has there been an exponential growth in research emanating from Uganda universities pertaining to SDGs? Do remember My period of investigation was 2015, because that's when we started SDGs from MDGs, to 2021, simply because the indexing of 2022 papers is still ongoing, usually goes on up to December. So it would not have given me fair representation of 2022 if I included them for this examination. Therefore, I started in 2015, went all of the way to 2021. And as you can see via that curve, it gives us some comfort that the research in Uganda on SDGs, research that is mapping into the key SDG 1 to 16, there is an exponential growth, as you can see that trend, using that trend. The other thing that I really wanted to know, yes, Uganda-based universities are contributing to SDGs, including our government institutions. Where do they publish the papers on SDGs? PROS 1 emerged as a top with 573, going all the way to aims and behavior. And it is interesting that whereas someone sitting in Uganda might judge and think Uganda research is published in only local journals, we all know when we see a journal like BMJ Open publishing 131 articles, and even BMC, it gives us leeway to know that our research is published in the international journals. Africa Health Sciences, I think, is a local one, but other ones are pretty very much international journals. After that, I mapped to know the most prolific authors. There is a mistake there. I captured the wrong screenshot, but it's something I will rectify in the PowerPoint that I will share for final production, because I really mapped them. Now, in terms of subject areas, which are the top subjects? Remember, over 10,000 articles are being published, but I'm not surprised because health is a key thing, even globally. So majority of our publications in Uganda, 7,000 and above in medicine, are the ones which are contributing to SDGs. Surprisingly, nursing had 372, and the social sciences was the second with 1,255. But the good thing, this is showing us that SDG is not a reserve of one field. It is a multidisciplinary field which attracts scholars across a wide range of sphere. Now, for Uganda, which are the organizations funding our research that affects SDGs? The National Institutes of Health is American-based, is part of the American system. It is the highest funder, all the way to United States Agency for International Development. But of much importance is to note that our own Makerere University, Makerere itself as a funder, was among the top funding institutions. And one of the challenges that I must say our African-based universities we tend to have is that sometimes we undertake funded research, but when it comes to declaration, we fail to declare, and that also brings some confusion in terms of not being fair to the funders. And sometimes it might bring the notion that all our research is being funded from the West, which might not be necessarily the case. So when I was showing you the Aurora group of universities, really, there was something that I mentioned to you about impact. So basically what this metric shows, when you publish research in Lancet, BMJ, New England Journal of Medicine, all those top medical journals, yes, it is good, but it does not create impact to the local communities because they cannot have access to it because they have to pay premium. Therefore, part of the SDGs metrics is one where we talk of impact through open access, where upon the notion is journals which are published in open access have a wider access. So out of the slightly over 10,000 journals, 8,000 have been published in open access, with gold being the lead, or with the ones in gold having 5,183. And these are good demonstrations that most of the research coming from Uganda, as librarians, we are actually able to archive it in the repository without much restrictions, which are associated with non-open access publications. So the other metric was excellence citation. And I basically picked the top 20 articles via citation to look at in terms of the number of citations. Are we still where we started in 2015? Are our papers being cited? And if so, is there a growth? Again, this shows an exponential growth, though between 2020 and 2021, there is stagnation. But we just use these kind of metrics to engage our funders to fund us more so that we can continue as librarians to push more, get more people, get interested in scholarship, get as much scholarship information in the repositories so that then the citations would increase. Now, there is an interesting metric we call Arithmetic Explorer. And colleagues, I would like to encourage you at your own time to go to this Arithmetic Explorer. It is free for librarians only. Using that, I put a very simple query on the Arithmetic Explorer. SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals, and Uganda. The key thing that I wanted to get was, of the research coming from Uganda, do we have some articles which influence policies? And yes, like the work that I put here, basically you can see like the first one, which is A Future of the One's Children, a UNICEF publication. It's co-authored by people from Uganda, among other international scholars, and it has influenced that policies. This is a good measure. If you can even go there and put your own university plus SDGs to see what research is influencing policies. Some of this data, we can use it when we are looking for funding to inform them that the research we are doing will not only influence our own local practice, but has impact on policies. Some of these policies are WHO policies, and some of the research that I saw here has influenced UNICEF and our local policies from the Ministry of Health in Uganda. So that is Arithmetic Explorer. You go to it at your own time and you get a free account as a librarian. So it begs the question then, getting back to what the former presenter was very much keen on, as librarians, what are we doing about it? So a number of universities really are embracing the best practice. For example, Elsevier, that we all know, they own some flagship projects like Scopus, Skyvo, and they also do own a software called Digital Commons via bpress. So recently then, Elsevier have developed a state-of-the-art protocol called Pure, which is good to note that they have integrated SDGs in Pure. So we are in the process of implementing that system in my university. So allow me for 2 minutes to show you how that helps us to map contributions of Aga Khan University to SDGs. So colleagues, this is live presentation. So we are in the process of mapping the entire range of resource. I think we are 1/3 or 1/4 within the journey. But let us assume I want to know Aga Khan University contribution to SDG 3. Really, I will click on SDG 3 and it will show me that we have got 2,813 among our research output, which currently my research output I'm at about 20,000 articles. But if 2,813 are contributing to SDGs, I feel we are on course. I'm able to randomly pick which is the particular research And the tools on the right are basically showing me the captures, including social media mentions and including any impact that might have been influenced by a particular article. On the same note, using the same portal, if I went to SDG 4 on education, again, I'm able to see like profiles means who are the scholars within my own university who are having an interest on education and SDGs. So this tool is there. I do appreciate a number of our universities. We are using this space for our repositories. At the moment, this space has not integrated SDGs, but there is no reason why we cannot do that using the other metrics that I've shown you, in addition to using even the Explorer that I've shown you. So let me go back to my screen. And then the next step is it begs the question of when, what, where, and why, in which case, what are the next steps and what opportunities does this offer for us? And for me, as a librarian, I would just say mapping SDGs is sitting very much pretty within the agenda of libraries. Getting uptake of bibliometric analysis in various fields, including SDGs, follows very much within us, and assisting our universities understand how their own research is creating impact and being cited globally, and how that is linking to various SDGs is very much our agenda. Picking that data, partnering with the research office to rethink on how we can even get funding is very much our agenda. And being an East African, then I would also think partnering with other librarians within East Africa and other regions, so that in the future we could have something like an Aurora network for SDGs in East Africa is something we can think of our mission in the years to come. So allow me to stop there. Always a pleasure, and I'm very pleased to pick any questions. If not at this point, maybe later within the presentation. Thank you very much, the Secretariat, for giving me an opportunity to present. Thank you, and Asante.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Detailed presentation. We cannot do that. Hello?
Yes, we can now hear you.
Dr. Sakatiti, for finance. You are very busy sharing. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I believe now you can hear me. I wanted to say thank you so much for the time you've given us and for the detailed paper. And participants, if you have questions for Dr., you can raise it up or you write in the chat and we shall respond to it. Meanwhile, at this moment, I would like to welcome Dr. Ruth Nalumaga to welcome our guest of honor because he has also an engagement and therefore he would like to speak right now. Dr. Ruth Nalumaga, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you very much, Jackie. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So our guest of honor is Dr. Hamis Mugendawala. And a bit of his bio. Dr. Mugendawala is an educationist and social worker with over 17 years of experience. He holds a PhD from the University of Southampton in the UK. And he's a Prince 2 certified project management practitioner and a chartered member of the British Chartered Institute of IT. He has trained and worked in Africa, Europe, and America. He has previously held the British ESRC Fellowship, leading to the award of a PhD in Educational Economics, Policy Planning, and the University of Southampton, UK. He was on a Commonwealth Scholarship, leading to the award of an MA Educational Planning, Economics, and International Development of the Institute of Education, University College London, UK. He further attained an MSc in Accounting and Finance of Makerere University, Uganda. He has been a visiting scholar to Iowa State University, USA, and he joined the National Planning Authority as a senior planner for education and skills development, where he was charged with generation of education strategy of the country, as well as backstopping strategic development processes of 15 education sector MDAs. Recently, Hamis got promoted to head research and innovation at the National Planning Authority. He's a member of the International Inclusive Disability Development Research Group, National ECD Inter-Ministerial Committee, and to the UNESCO National Commission Most Program. He's also a board member to the Village Book Builders, VBB, a global not-for-profit organization based in the US that is giving hope to children in poor communities by building for them libraries. Dr. Mugendawala, you are very welcome to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth.
Okay.
Good afternoon, friends.
Good afternoon,
sir. I've been introduced, and I had been telling Madam CUUL that I'll be leaving at 12:30 to go for Juma. I'm a Muslim, and today is a Friday. That's why I requested to speak at this moment. I must say that I'm quite happy for the invitation that I was given by your organization. I must say that I am not a trained librarian, but I have worked in the library. Oh, there is echo coming through. So my discussion today is guided by the theme that was communicated to me, that is library and information science contribution to sustainable development goals. I checked that this theme actually derives from one of the core values of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, which was hinted to by Professor Ikoja. One of the core values of IFLA is the belief that people, communities, and organizations need universal and equitable access to information, ideas, and works of imagination for their social, educational, cultural, democratic, and economic well-being. But also, I must say that the theme that was chosen by CUUL is significantly anchored in the planning frameworks of Uganda, including our Vision 2040, the National Development Plan 3, and the Parish Development Model that Professor Ikoja talked about in his remarks. I must say that from the economic perspective, information asymmetry is the most significant barrier to economies from attaining perfect markets. And we know that information asymmetry perpetuates ignorance, unfair advantage of those that have access to information, and leads to economic inefficiencies due to market failures, which can no longer be ignored, including the recent financial meltdown. I must say that the age we are living in, there is a critical realization that information plays a significant role, not only in decision-making, but also in causing socioeconomic transformation, just as the keynote speaker indicated. And ideally, there is much more evidence to indicate that information supports evidence-based decision-making, which increases the likelihood of the realization of decisions. But nevertheless, there is need to make it clear that not any information can aid decision-making. Rather, such information should have the following characteristics. The information has to be relevant, the information has to be accurate, the information has to be reliable, timely, and appropriately delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that if I pose the question now about the information that we have in our libraries with the above qualities, most likely we might say to a certain extent, or a no, or a yes, depending on how facilitated our libraries are. Now, if the answer to the question I've posed is that we can get such information from our libraries, then my next question would be, would I be in a position to get information with all the above qualities in our libraries? Sometimes you may say no, but why? Because traditionally our libraries, especially in Africa, have always been bookstores and places where those who want something to read could go. Sometimes they have been as well acting as internet cafes for those that would like to do some research by browsing the internet. But from the above, it's very clear that whereas libraries can be a critical source of information, it is only the libraries with transformed services that can facilitate the generation of information with the above qualities that facilitate the achievement of SDGs. And comrades, I must say that the theme for discussion today that is library and information science contribution to sustainable development goals, is implicit of the fact that currently the libraries are offering services beyond the precincts of the library. And the theme is also implicit of the desire for university libraries to significantly contribute to the socioeconomic transformation of both the university and non-university communities. This is the greatest awakening. But then how will this be possible given the current state of some of our university libraries? Now, just like any other country, there are many categories of libraries in Uganda that serve different purposes. However, for purposes of this paper, I will narrow my discussion on the university libraries. This choice is partly informed by the thinking that such libraries might have more relevancy from the planning perspective. I visited a number of libraries in Uganda because I have also done some teaching in most of the universities in Uganda. I taught in Iconic University, in Mbale. I taught briefly in Sitema University. I taught briefly in Chambogo University, and I have taught briefly in Makerere University. And what I have seen can boil down to my 4 or 3 realizations. That most of these libraries I visited, they offer roles that are very much traditional and mainly focused on support provision to the academic society. And also I realized that libraries are mainly physical, and there exists a limited virtual component in these libraries. And on many occasions, the users have to locate and visit the libraries physically. But then we need to know that if there has to be a dynamic role or roles that academic libraries have to play if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals. Foremost, libraries and librarians are expected to facilitate the creation of a world with perfect climate conditions and where every family has access to necessities of life. Libraries as well are expected to create a world where parents have access to employment and where every child has access to quality education. Libraries and the library professionals also are expected to create a world with zero poverty, zero hunger, zero HIV, and discrimination against women and girls. The library as an institution and its professionals as well are expected to play a role that leads into the creation of a world where we get clean water, good food, with little or no stress. And as well, the libraries and the professionals are expected to create a world where human rights are upheld and respected. But then if we are to create such a fantastic world, how can the library and its professionals position themselves to create such a world based on the SDGs? I just believe that every individual, organization, or country needs information for decision-making on daily basis. And this has been echoed by Professor Ikoja. So the library and information professionals have become more relevant in today's world because we now live in the information age. Therefore, librarians and information scientists are well positioned to provide the right information to the right people at the right time with less difficulty. Colleagues, we very well know that libraries share what they own and the librarians share what they know. And information is power and can be used to drive sustainable development across the different sectors. Colleagues, there is a lot of evidence that I've seen on how information has proven to be a very powerful and effective tool in the achievement of SDGs. Nevertheless, to optimize the power of libraries and librarians in the achievement of SDGs, the following is so critical. We need to educate ourselves on what the SDGs are, why they should be achieved, and how to achieve them, and their development indicators. This can be achieved through forums like that of today, which is a conference, seminars, workshops for LIS professionals. And this will enable the libraries and its professionals to efficiently disseminate information on the SDGs that we need to achieve. We as well need, as professionals of, as library professionals, we need to develop advocacy programs and engage in lobbying for the achievement of SDG goals. Now, the professionals should speak on behalf of the vulnerable and disadvantaged to the major stakeholders to take action that will drive towards the achievement of the SDGs. Additionally, we need, as librarians and the library as an institution, to develop and host programs at the local and national levels that will promote the SDGs for every group of its clientele in society. Lastly, library professionals and the library as an institution need to actively participate in making policies that help bridge the digital divide in local communities. The internet connectivity, the computers, access to electricity, networks and servers should be made available in the libraries, and the library professionals should participate and conduct ICT trainings for the general public. I must say that above all, just as Mahatma Gandhi indicated, we all need to be the change that we seek for God and my country. I will submit this paper to my colleague who has contacted me. I have her email such that she can share to the rest of the gathering. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, guest of honor, Dr. Hamis Mugendawala. We are so much delighted to have had you, because it was very challenging to have you. And you have really highlighted very important things to us. Advocacy at the local level, contributing towards the vulnerable as information scientists. And through that, we can position ourselves into sustainable development goals and many more other things. We are so much delighted. Thank you so much, and sorry for coming into your programs, and thank you for understanding us. We know you want to really move out, but would like you to also check in the chat if there are any questions, anything somebody wants you to contribute in, you could respond to it before you leave the scene. And here,
That's
my
fine.
physical participant, if you have something you want to ask Dr. Hamis,
Okay.
please, you can raise up your hand and you can ask before he leaves. And yes, please, if you have any, if there's any question to Dr. Hamis?
Or someone is asking, how can we get documents on this conference? Thank you. I think, like I said, I'm going to share this with, I've forgotten my friend there.
Jacqueline.
Yes, I'm going to share my paper with Jacqueline just immediately.
Okay, any other question or any concern?
I can see Bosco Uruga.
Yes, you can respond to it.
Hello,
yes.
Bosco.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you're hearing me.
How are you, boss?
I'm fine, thank you. Do you hear me, doctor, and the rest?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very nice hearing from you. How the school, it is good to get the people at policy level come to attend to our call like this here and interacting with you. You have had the willingness from the librarians on how they can make a contribution towards the sustainable development goals in our country. Based on the presentation by Dr. Peter, you see that as a country, Uganda, we still have a lot to do to contribute into the achievement of the sustainable development goal. And one thing that our country is doing now is supporting the universities through research grants. That I think a good number of the public universities are getting that money. However, as libraries, I think we feel we are not getting much from our government. As a policymaker, do you have plans in supporting our libraries, specifically supporting us in accessing quality research outputs out there? We will have to have support from the government, specifically subscribing to quality journals so that our researchers can publish quality research output that come out there that can raise the bar of our country. It is my appeal that I think we need more of these conversations with the policymakers like you so that we can grow our research base in our country and from our institutions through support from the government. I thank you.
Yeah, Bosco, I'm really grateful for your contribution. There is a lot of noise coming from somewhere. Okay, thank you very much. Bosco, you have made a very critical point. I think the first step that government has taken is the provision of the Research and Innovation Fund. And as National Planning Authority, we've continued to indicate to government that there is a lot of capacity that we are missing on in universities. So we have continued to advocate for most of the universities to receive part of these funds. But on the other hand as well, NPA has been interfacing with the majority of the universities in the formulation of the research framework to give effect to the national research agenda. And the draft national research framework that defines the frame within which research to be undertaken while focusing on government priorities has been disseminated. I think I will have to share a draft with the leadership of CUUL. So these are some of the baby steps that as a country we are taking to ensure that we centralize university research. I think the other thing will be that at an opportune time, I think we will invite the CUUL leadership to come to NPA to have a dialogue on some of the critical issues that you want National Planning Authority to support. That will be communicated as I am completely in touch with the CUUL leadership. We have also been collaborating, and we've been in touch with the NEMRA, the national, I've forgotten, but it is a consortium of university researchers, I think. And we are looking at how we can make researched data and the papers easily accessible by creating a national researchers database. And we've moved on this. We have a concept note, and I think we will as well incorporate CUUL's leadership on this initiative. So these are some of the baby steps that we are taking, but steady shall ensure that we give more support to the university libraries. Oh, someone called Naiga has posed a question on how you can apply for the funds that I've talked about. I need to consult more on this, but what I know is that this fund, I think, is held by Makerere University, which is supposed to collaborate with the different universities in the country. The fund is called RIF, that is Research and Innovation Fund. But from what I know, government is it is preparing to see that most of the universities are provided with research and innovation funds, because we've seen like in the last pandemic, that is the COVID pandemic, we've seen a very significant role that has been played by universities. We've seen innovations to fight COVID, innovations to fight cattle and livestock diseases. We've seen a lot of innovations that the universities are coming up with. And so it necessitates more support to the individual universities. And I think government is moving in that direction. I don't know, Jacqueline, is there anything else that you'd want me to talk about before I leave for prayer?
Yes, Dr. Hamis. We still have a question which is in the chat. Somebody is asking which sustainable development goal that fits so well with LIS, so that we could base on that. Is it about partnership? It is somebody in the chat is asking.
Yeah,
maybe
just
you
like
could respond to that. And then after that, we have also a question from Professor Ikoja.
Yeah. Okay, so what I can say, just like Professor Ikoja hinted, the sustainable development goals were formulated in such a way that you may not just focus on one, because achievement of one leads into the achievement of the other. And so they are looked at as a whole. But being education institutions, I believe that SDG 4 is so critical, but also SDGs that require the focus on creating employment for young people is really, really critical. But also SDGs that require us creating awareness on sustainable production, sustainable consumption. And given that we live on Mother Earth, you'll find that SDG 15 and SDG 16 are critical. Life on Earth, life in water are really critical. So I think libraries are at the center of information dissemination, information creation, and information protection that can aid the achievement of SDGs. So I'll take my last question from Professor Ikoja, and then I'll run to the Masjid. Thank you very much. Professor?
Hello, are you listening to me?
Yes, I am. Loud and clear.
Hey, how is the kingdom of Busoga?
Yeah, it's good. Thank you for hosting us when we came to the lovely Soroti University. I like the way you've designed the compound. I like the way you've designed the buildings. And the Soroti University, if you were not aware, Prof, is a model university where you've used less money and constructed very, very powerful infrastructure. Thank you very much. Professor, I'm listening.
First of all, let me thank you very much for helping through enabling me to my strategic plan.
Thank you very much.
Which you read and recommended.
Thank you.
Now, coming back to what you have been talking about, Research Innovation Fund has been decentralized in university.
Okay.
So it's no longer Makere only.
Thank you for that information.
Number two, the plans for libraries. I'm happy to know that government is with us through your office. So we shall come there.
Okay, Prof.
As members of school to see how we can forge the way forward. Number two, we would like to make sure we help people in the communities. The current libraries we have are just information stations for literate environments, most of which is irrelevant to our communities. Irrelevant to our communities. Hello?
Yes, Prof. I'm listening.
On which best energy is for us? The answer is that we cannot select AG because all SDGs affect all of us.
Yeah.
From poverty, from gender equality, from education, from health, from justice, and many other things. So we cannot select which SDG is best for us. We have to work for all of them because they affect our society. Thank you.
You're welcome, Prof. I totally agree with your submissions. We commit to increase our dialogue with universities and as well as the libraries. NPA is very open, and soon, going through Jacqueline, we will put up a program where we can listen more to you and as well involve you in most of the things that we do. There is a lot of material that we need to supply to libraries, including the national development plans, such that our younger generation is aware of what has been planned, and including Vision 2040, we need to have quite a number of copies within the libraries and the other policy documents that we've worked on. I thank you very much, and I wish you good further deliberations, and bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's clap, and we appreciate Dr. Hamis for all what he has already given us, the information and the availability to work with us. School. Surely we shall come to your office and we shall discuss and we forge a way forward. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamis. At this moment, I would like to welcome one of our discussants, that is Mr. Andrew Ojulong. We're just going to take 10 minutes to try to internalize what so far how we have reached. And then after that, we shall have Mr. Kasose, sorry. Kasuse, sorry for that name, is challenging to me. He will be taking us through policy brief. Thank you. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you, our presenters, led by the keynote speaker, Professor Roger. So far, we've had presentations from Mr. Isaac Mukungu from Kema University, who presented about museum session in libraries. And here he talked about how libraries have democratized their spaces and ensured that they do not confine themselves within the aspects of information provision in its current nature, but also focusing on preservation and making information available for posterity. So I'd like to start by inviting questions, if any, on Mr. Isaac Mukungu's presentation from within the physical audience and also the virtual audience. Do we have any questions? I think we don't have questions for Mr. Isaac Mukungu, so I'd like to thank and appreciate Mr. Isaac Mukungu for his passion and elaborate presentation on the role of libraries beyond the aspect of provision of current resources. And I also like to tell him that probably the inspiration for the university to have the museum as an exhibition is because of its premise on the popular saying from the African context that the death of an old man is like the burning of a library. So in other words, there is that need to have information that has been established way back, kept for even future generations to give out to the family. Thank you very much. So let's have some questions for Professor J.R. Koja, the Vice Chancellor of Sochi University, who has taken us through a very broad keynote address that has tackled and inspired us a lot. And the question he asked was that let's stimulate a response. Are librarians or a library contributing to SDGs? And that's the center of the discussion this afternoon. A librarian or a library stimulating a response to SDGs. And he talked about a lot of things. But then we talked about the conceptualization of the term leads or the acronym leads. And he says it covers a lot of disciplines within the information arena. And for now, I would like to read the two questions. One is coming from, two, coming from David Charish, from both. He's asking, Professor Ikoja, I would like to seek your guidance about the debate of libraries being science or art. Where do we fall? And the second question is that the debate about librarians being academic or administrative staff. Do librarians fall under academic or administrative? And then we have another question here. I think this one is for Mr. Isaac Mukongo. That if we create museums in the library, is that not a competition with museums already existing? Thank you very much. Prof?
Thank you very much for affording me an opportunity to be with you on this podium once again. Because of time element, I could not say everything I wanted to say in my paper. The first thing I was saying is that we must partner with the government to drive the agenda of LEAS together. I was happy to note that my friend, Dr. Mugenda Wala, was there talking, because I'm working with him on development of strategic plans and so on for this country. He has said that go to him as CUUL, as our umbrella organization, so that we pledge and ask for support so that we start working together. In my paper, it's not just National Planning Authority. Ask IFLA, ask relevant UN body to support you, be it WHO, be it UNESCO, be it UNICEF, they will be able to help you. But be pinpointed. If you are dealing with UNESCO, dealing with the things on culture and education. If it's UNICEF, talk about how you can promote children. If it is meteorology, go to the World Meteorological Organization on climate change. Don't put everything. That's the strategy. Now, let me get into the issues of the three questions. One, the debate whether LEAS is a science or an art. You have the answer. If you are dealing with it, I told you one thing. to look impressive. And because we are technology based, we are science.
Yes.
If we are dealing with humanity, a humanity element of it being syllabus, talking to people every day, it is only those are not techniques. You are in arts. But that's not the correct answer. We are cross-cutting. We are cross-cutting. Let me give you an example. There is a subject called anthropology. It is in humanities. And we get it down, people are going to dig out bones of what, go to the caves and study the paintings and so on. Doesn't it art link with the science? It links. The issue is not dividing a line. It is to create a seamless provision of information to the people. That's what matters. So don't call yourself an artist, you're what? No. It is you in your mindset which is calling so. But in my mindset, we do all of them. It follows a debate from government that we should promote science. The reason is just simple. Government does not hate arts. Arts, there is nowhere to employ yourselves. Have you seen these people, religious people in the roundabout, practicing? Yeah, the situation is becoming tight. Don't you see, there are so many religious organizations, Redeemed Church, Reformed, Lightening, what? Because the environment is becoming competitive. People don't have churches, people don't have, they just branch out. But they're doing one thing, the same thing where they broke off from. So let's remain as people who serve, whether it is arts, it's knowledge. Whether it is science, it's knowledge. Our role is to promote access. Then academic libraries or administrative. Don't worry about this. You know, the things about dividing us, it is to create niches. Only to create niches. The more you sink that into your head, and your administrators hear about it, they will keep on reducing your salary because they say government is talking about science. We are everything. Give us the money. That is it. The strategy is struggling for our survival, for people to recognize that we are there, we are doing a good job. Whether I'm doing religious education, I am solving the problem of linking with God. Whether I'm doing cell biology, I'm doing things to help a common man. All of us play a complementary role. For example, a farmer must go to hospital so that it becomes better to come and dig and supply us with the food. A doctor must make sure that I am good so as to produce for him for food. A bus driver knows that I am in trouble, take me to somewhere else. So each one of us a contribution to me. So don't worry about it. Don't bring these things about divisions. Let's resist. It was in Makerere where we had a discussion whether librarians are administrative and so on. The only difference was if you got a bachelor's degree first class or upper second, then you're academic. Then you have got a second, what we should call a pass and so on, then you're administrative. Don't say, that's just humanity. That's just humanity. Consider yourself to be, you passed exams, you got a certificate, you have gone away with the notes and your knowledge in your head with your skills. Is the first grader better than you in performance? Chechu.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think David and all of us who were in doubt, we now know that we are scientists and we are also academics. Okay, so we go work and defend our position as professionals. There was also a presentation from Mr. Peter Katiti, who introduced us to Aurora SDGs and also the SDG dashboards and trends. And also he emphasized that we should go as librarians and open free accounts with SDG Explorer so that we can be able to evaluate our own institutions. Yes. So Alternative Explorer so that we can be able to evaluate our own institutions. And it showed us a project that Aga Khan University is trying to build, to develop. It is work in progress, but it is inspiring because they are trying to be able to measure how the university, the research output of their university is impacting on the sustainable development goals. So I thought that was very interesting. So does anyone have a question for Mr. Peter Kazi in the physical audience? You have a question? Online? Do we have questions online? I think we don't have a question for Peter, but all the slides for the presentations that have taken place so far will be shared on email. And I think we have all your contacts. So I'd like to end here and hand over to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. I believe we have internalized so far, so good, from what we have already consumed. And we are moving on very well. When we look into our program, we are really moving on very, very well. We have tried to cover though we were late. Right now, we are going to have our policy brief by Mr. Michael. And then after that, we shall move out for lunch. Our lunch is at 1:20. And therefore, that is the time he has right now. And before for lunch, please remember, we are going to have a group photo outside before we embark for our lunch. Michael is coming. As Michael comes over, we would like you to also be with us for the afternoon session. We are going to have very good presentations from Ms. Judy Nanozi about open access. We are going to have from Mr. Onan Malumba on systematic reviews. And then we shall also hear from Aga Khan University about their research and innovation, which is going to be presented by Ms. Sarah. So I encourage you online participants, don't move out even when we're having lunch. Maybe you can also have your lunch somewhere, but come back and be with us in the afternoon session. At this moment, I would like to welcome okay, sorry, we are told Professor Koja wants to leave, so they request us to go right now to take the group photo, and after the group photo, we shall come and continue our presentation with Mr. Mike. Thank you so much. Sorry for that interruption. Can we move out now to take a brief photo? And
Are we together? Yes. All right. I'm called Cassius Michael Momo. I'm here for a training. This is now. Yeah, thank you. This session is just for a training. I want to take it as short as possible. But as you know, in training, people have to live with a particular skill. If they don't live with the skills, then they don't think as much. Like I said, I'm called Cassius Michael. I'm the college librarian at the university. Some of my credentials are on every slide. The slide will be shared. I also support teaching at the same college. I teach ICT courses. There are 4 courses that have elements of computing. And like you understand, most of us keep meandering from, as you see the credentials, we keep moving from this side or that side. But at the end of the day, home is there. The librarianship, the librarian profession is my home. I'm so happy to be with you today. And I really appreciate everything. I'm very glad that I'm here to at least add something to you. All right, for today, we are going to look at research translation using policy briefs. This kind of topic, it relates with the sustainable development. And now in this training, I hope you have a skill to do a policy brief. It will be a solution from the presenters. You have a lot of documents, you have a lot of knowledge. People need that knowledge. They cannot synthesize, they cannot access it. So for today, there could be a solution. Sorry. All right. So now, these professions and research. What are the roles? I pick 2 roles for these professions. They acquire output, research output, and then provide access. You'll agree with me? And another role could be they produce research output and also contribute to this body of evidence. So now, if you look at a profession together with the research, there's an issue. We have an image there. When in doubt, I think it was talking to the patrons. When in doubt, go to the library. I think we agree with that. Yes. But now the issue is, should we wait for them to come to us, or we send the library to them? I think that's the reason why we are here in the next, I think, 20 or so minutes or less. So the suggestion here, we are trying to see how policy briefs relate with our profession. This, just to give you an idea of positioning the policy briefs. And we are using this framework. It's called the Paris framework, promoting access for research implementation in health science services. And that's the citation where I got it from. And kind of, you could see there's evidence up there. We have the context funnel and then the knowledge in practice. So our policy briefs, we call them tools. These are communication tools. They are trying to provide, to impact on this funnel and transform knowledge into practice. So I'm trying to gather you up onto this topic as we sail through, and then we come to the definition of a policy brief. You will agree with me, a policy brief is not a summary of the policy document. Besides here, we have a policy document. It's not like we are having a policy document and then we are trying to reduce it, a 30-page policy document, to reduce it to 4 pages. No, that's not a policy brief. At the same time, it's not an abstract of that research report in your library. So what is a policy brief? It's an interactive tool for communicating natural science research to the public. So that interactive tool, you already have your natural science research, and then you want to communicate to the public. When I mean public, I want non-specialists, non-academic audience. Are we together? So, for example, you have a research report about the COVID and its kind of details and everything. But then this person on the border wants to understand your research. So this is a tool that we need. So when you look at that tool, together with our mandate, I think they are related to current awareness services, selective dissemination of information, information repackaging, and dissemination. Are we in the right place?
Yep. Yes.
All right. Now, what are the different forms of a policy brief? You could see we have international briefs. We also have government or national briefs. We have advocacy. I think from the previous presentations, they are telling us to add more advocacy in what we are doing. I think this is the right presentation for you today. But then we have also informational policy briefs. I think now this is our focus. This provides, they offer lessons learned. And this is what I'm trying to suggest to you. Probably by the end of these few slides, you'll be able to do your informational policy brief. Then also have press releases. This they target the mass media. And I believe politicians and other people use a lot of this. And then we have hybrid. Probably this is also another brief we could, I think, go for. It has components of informational and advocacy. So we are looking at things that could, when you look at them, they could identify to be a policy brief. There were so many, I tried to synthesize these around 7 or 4. But the unideal should have all of these ones. Remember, we are trying to synthesize technical information. So this brief, it's a document, first of all, a standalone document, or a self-contained, meaning once you look at that document, you have all the necessary answers. So it's a short standalone document, around 2 pages to 8 pages. So meaning even 2 pages can form a policy brief. But persuasively written. So the word persuasively is very important in a policy brief. Actually, this word persuasive is one that differentiates it from an abstract of a document. An abstract may not be persuasively written, but this policy brief has to be persuasively written while you relay facts in context. You know, much as the report is saying some other area, you put that fact in context with your audience. And then as you write, you anticipate what your audience is doubting, and then you address or outline alternatives to make sure that the person reading that policy brief becomes certain. So that's the first important attribute to a policy brief. Like still, that important attribute, remember you need to catch the eye of the target audience. You need to create a favorable impression, and usually that's the title. So much as the report you're trying to make a policy brief has a different title, you could make a new title. It's having the same facts, but then here you're trying to impress at the beginning. Then at the same time, another attribute, I put this right. So I'm on the evidence-based. Much as that report has new evidence, does not mean that there's nothing existing in relation to okay, yeah. So as you portray your evidence, relate the new evidence with existing evidence for better understanding. So there's what we call appraising. First of all, first acknowledge that there's existing evidence in that line of what you're trying to communicate, but then you appraise it. You show where you're diverting from. You appraise your new evidence in your writing so that one reading can weigh and then pick something from your document. Then the last one, of course, it's about format. This document has to be very clear, has to be very simple. Don't put in abbreviations, but you can even put in illustrations. You can put in pictures, you can put in different illustrations, and you can even bullet it, because it's all about getting exactly the facts very well. And then the last, which is not least, the author and the source. Here we are talking of which author. You could be the librarian as the author of this policy brief, but then there is an author of the research report. So you either put both, but at least your own as the author, the credentials of the originator, of the original author, you could also add, plus any other kind of information that can enable the person reading your brief to refer to. Okay. Now. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. We are moving. We are left with a very few slides. Not only that, you'll go with something which you do at your places of work. I'll send to Jackie so that you get that skill I'm trying to talk about. Now, much as I've explained the attributes, and then there are some key things that shouldn't be missed out. Different people have different styles of writing these briefs, but at least these three, the evidence, the context, and the way you engage, they shouldn't miss out. You look at the persuasive engagement, argument. When you argue, because it's like an argument, you're trying to write, when you write persuasively, you argue. Issues of argument have to come in. So you have to have a clear purpose, cohesive argument, quality of evidence. So these are the things you need to follow: the persuasive argument, the authority, your credentials as a person writing, and also the author of the report. The audience, need to do something about the audience, the actionable recommendation, plus others. So this is another slide you need to refer to, and very important. Now, how should it look like? How should a policy brief look like? First of all, we said it should have a title that may be derived from the original report, but designed to capture attention. You may decide to use the title of the original report, or you may add something to capture attention. It should have an executive summary. They call it executive when you're writing to policymakers. These are executive people. When you're writing to other people who don't have the capacity to comprehend, use something else. But here, the key issues could come out. They have to come out in a single paragraph. Shouldn't be big. And also the context and importance of the problem. So after the first two, you need to have a title, context, and importance of the problem. You convince the reader that the problem existed, because remember, you're writing a policy brief for an existing report, which was addressing a problem. Now, you need to show that there was a problem, and right now, we are having a new option with evidence. So that should be in that paragraph. Then later on, you need to have an area where you're critiquing options. Like I said, there should be running policies. There should be existing framework in which people have been working. Now, you need to appreciate the current options, then appraise with a divergent new option with evidence. So this is a critical aspect of that of policy briefs. Then you need to have a section where it has policy recommendations. Now here you're breaking down the specific practical steps or measures to implement. Where are you getting them from? From the report. You don't add a lot of yours. You all look at the report, see how this person see how this person found out the interventions, and then you break down into steps. Then later on, you need to have appendices. And the first one is the original report. Remember, you're writing a 2-3 page document. So you need to append the original document. If it's 30 pages or how many pages, it's okay. And then other materials supporting your argument. You could add other national data, or like you go to the SDQ website, you pick certain things that rhyme with your report. At the same time, you need to show your the sources you consulted, and then recommend further understanding of this understanding, including the addresses of the sponsors, because as you know, affiliation of all your work has a lot to tell the reader, you know. So you just put there and then see. Then others, there's what we call a Q&A, question and answer. As in, you're trying to anticipate what people are doubting, and then you're coming up with new options. So there's a section where you put like some questions and then you provide answers, but they're all coming from the report. So the authors, you add your authors, you are yourself, then originators, some pictures. You see, like I said, credibility or affiliation of the messenger is key. You know, I think you know how key it is. If I'm writing issues, if I'm employed in Makerere and I'm writing about Makerere, someone who reading what I'm writing may be comfortable, you know? So affiliation and credibility, you put it into consideration. So we are coming towards the end, but there's this question: why leave professionals should prepare policy brief? I'm trying to see the relevance into this session, you know? Like it has been presented with the previous speakers. You see, these reports are technical. Surely we saw like 6,000 reports in one library. Can you imagine? 6,000, and they are saying they are not enough. But then the particular reports may be too technical. People may not have the capacity. Actually, your supervisor may not have the capacity to comprehend what is in there, but appreciates what is in there. So you need to write a policy brief, and probably it gets their attention to call for the report. Then another reason could be there's too much information which overwhelms, because a person can say, can you get me data about this particular area? And then you provide, you look at, there were 6,000 reports, and then you provide 30. And surely they are all relevant. But this person does not have time to go through all that. What you do, pick out one particular relevant report and write a policy brief. Then you will get interest to request for others. So the third one is, most of the refined and relevant evidence is priceless to the decision maker in justifying an action or a decision. You'll agree with me, and you don't know how sensitive can be if you provide the particular information he has been looking for a whole week. You know, it's priceless. Probably it's worth so many millions or any. You can't give it a price. So you just do your work, write policy briefs, and put them aside. You know. Then another one. Actually, this is very important. Everyone says we can access all the documents on our phones. You know, it's a like a conventional talk right now. But then you can see most of all that, but it's readily available. Economic data, social data that can really provide shape in your argument. It's all available. But remember, it's not perceived as credible evidence as research data. So you writing a policy brief, you're much better. You know, that's one other reason why you should write policy brief. Probably another could be a channel to increase awareness of your. I'm trying to portray these ones because it could be a justification for a new staff in your library and is all in charge of writing policy briefs. Are we together? Okay. I think we are coming to an end. Okay. Now, the last one. This is the last one. And then we have a break. The question is, if I have so many policy briefs in my library, what next? You know? Here we are trying to say, usually the practice is, once you write a policy brief, usually, okay, the current practice is
Historic event of the first CUUL conference. And we thank the organizers for granting us the permission to be part of this. Although it has been said that Judith will be presenting, my colleagues Florence Namboze and Miss Lydia Atuhaire will be making the presentation. Thank you very much.
Introduce us as we wait for the presentation. Then we talk.
Yeah. Are we good to go? You're there? Yeah. You're trying to share. Just slow. You are sharing. Is anyone seeing our screen? Not here, but
Yes, we do.
Shared.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Florence Namboze. This is Florence Namboze from Uganda Matters University. We are a team of 3 here representing the entire department. And we are going to talk about, our paper is on open access initiatives as a driving force to achieve sustainable development. And we are trying to look at mapping inappropriate information ecosystem. As you can see, Florence, we have Lydia, and then Judith. I'm going to present a part, and then my colleague Lydia will also come in to present the other part. Thank you.
What is the title of the conference?
Judith.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it is this one. That one.
I wanted to show to them in the presentation. It is only showing to us.
Not to them.
So let me know the name. Where is it?
It is this one. Okay, so we are looking at open access initiatives as a driving force for us to achieve sustainable development. And basically, we are going to look at an appropriate information ecosystem to achieve the sustainable development at the grassroots level. This paper is a paper in progress. We are still working on it. There is a lot of work that we are still doing, and maybe when we complete it, we shall be able to share it, and of course it will be an open access paper. So I've done the introduction already. So as we know today, we are living in an information age, or the information economy, the knowledge economy. So we rotate around information and knowledge, how information is produced, how it is disseminated, how it is accessed, and how it is used. So initially, most of the publications we've been having have been under the closed access. And as you know, Uganda, we are part of the developing country, underdeveloped country. So we've been having challenges of accessing some of these publications, some of the information. Yet today, we are living in an knowledge economy where information is taken as a commodity. It is a resource that helps us a lot in decision making and achieving development at the different areas. So we are looking at open access and how we can achieve sustainable development, or how we can realize sustainable development at the grassroots level. When you look at the grassroots or the local community, we are talking about people who engage in agriculture, who engage in fisheries and the related small-scale businesses and the related sectors. So we want to use this the open access to reach out to them, and not only to close the information that is very important to the community where we are, or the communities that we serve. So with open access, it started overseas with the developed countries and different organizations like UNESCO. We have United Nations, we have WIPO and the rest. So these organizations or these actors have really played a great role in creating a good foundation for the rest of the communities like us in Uganda. So the different policies that they have come up with, the different infrastructure that they have set, is really helping us to be able to provide information to the audience in order to achieve sustainable development. So information and knowledge, we see previously restricted access to the information, restricted access to different data sets, access to softwares and the rest. But with this movement, we see that we are able to publish, you're able to write, you're able to publish your paper, people are able access it, to use it for development. So we are, at least right now, we are able to have these resources at a free cost or a cheaper cost. And then there are less restrictions to access most of them. So as the university, or as Uganda Matters University Library, we really want to take on the open access initiative to provide information to the local community where we are. So coming to Uganda, like the previous presenters have talked about, in Uganda, we've been having the national, or we have the National Development Plan. We had 1, 2, and right now we are at 3. And to show that they are really taking on open access, Uganda has tried to gazette or to come up with categories that could really accelerate social sustainable development within Uganda. So we have the 3 broad categories under environment. We have for governance and then industry, but still under those 3, the broad, they have really broken them into other 18 different sectors to see that really sustainable development is achievable within the country and within the different institutions. So as Uganda Matters University, we are looking at the 18 areas under the under the National Development Plan 3. So we are looking at those 18 areas to do with agro-industrialization, private sector development, manufacturing, governance and security, and others. So we want to see how best we can fit into those 18 areas and how best we can really give information to the community to achieve sustainable development in the different sectors they do engage in. So at the university level or the institutional level, with the library leading, that is now LIS, we are doing a community engagement with the community. And what you're seeing on the screen right now, we opened up our gates to the community to provide information towards development. And it started. We've been having visits, like going to the ground, talking to the communities, getting their information needs and the related. So between 2017 and 2018, we had 21 of them, 81 of them. 2019 to 2021, you know what has been going on around. So that was COVID. Nothing was taking place or progressing there. But then this year, we are trying to resume to see that at least information reaches out to the grassroots to achieve sustainable development. So this is what we've been doing, and people have been coming to us and trying to access the different information in the different formats. We've been having community members coming to read newspapers. Some have been very specific to book a day simply because it is a rural setting. And while we are doing community engagement, we are trying to reach out to those local communities who cannot afford the information in different formats, or who cannot afford information. So people have been coming to read newspapers. Those who could afford those in English could take on the English related newspapers, while others have also been accessing the Book the newspaper for the different sections to do with agriculture, to do with fisheries, industries, and the related. Others have been coming to read about inspirational books and novels. Others have been seeking computer skills. As you know that we are in the information economy, things are changing. We no longer provide only the traditional services to people. So among the community members who have been coming to us, some of them have been seeking skills to use computers, to use internet and the related. So within COVID, when we we could open up to the community, especially to allow the school-going children to come and use the resources to do their homework packages and the rest of the activities. So we've been reaching out to them, teaching them how to use the email, searching the internet, reading different books, and also reaching out to the international community, people who could come around Uganda Matters University for different projects. We could give them access to use the internet, to use the reading space, and the rest of the services that we do provide. So, but we wouldn't love to say that this has been a success. There are inches here and there are challenges here and there. Some of these are on our part, while others are on the part of the community members we are trying to reach out to. So on our part, we tried to observe and to see why there is that kind of hesitance, why there's that kind of reluctance or unwillingness, the rigidness towards this opportunity after we opened up to the community, but people are not really coming to use the resources or to use the services that we do offer. So we looked at this as some of the challenges that we see that could stop people or the community, the local community, to come and use the services that we have. So we looked at number one, some of these people came with an immediate need. The first visit when they came, they knew exactly what they wanted. They wanted to know, to get information on financial management system. But at that time, we couldn't really attend to that immediate need. First of all, we were not prepared towards that. We thought maybe their need would be to access the newspapers, some of the simple services that we do provide. So we couldn't really provide, or we couldn't really attend to their immediate need at that time. And so we thought, or we are thinking that that could be one of the reasons stopping them to come back to use the services that we do provide to them. Then they did prolonged delays. Yeah, of course, that is still on our part. You might get a need or a need from a community member, but then since you're limited in resources, you take some time, or you don't even have the resource at the time. So there is that delay between the information requests and then the information provision. And then the packaging. As you look at our setting, most of the libraries within Uganda, we do have our information housed in books. Yet we are trying to reach out to this community. Some of them are not educated. Some of them cannot read English and they're related. So the packaging alone, because giving a person a book maybe to do with agriculture, and it's a big volume, a book of 6,000 pages and the rest. So the packaging alone has been limiting their access to some of the information that we are trying to provide to them. Then the distance. When you look at the community where we are, it is the rural setting. Some of them do not stay near the university. Some of them are far. So they look at the distance between where they are or where they operate from and to the university, and they take that as a challenge. Someone needs to go to the garden, come back, cook, and then trek or move from wherever he is to the university, and that is really still a big challenge. And so previously, we had some banks that could bring their services within the university, and there are some people who look at themselves as people who are not fit to enter or to be in the environment of the university. So that alone, just because they are local people, some are not educated enough, while others think they are not worthy, to be within the university or to enter the university gates. So this alone has been really a hindrance to most of them, asking themselves, how do they see me entering the university? Maybe I only know a few words of how are you, hungry, and the rest. So that alone has been a hindrance, and we think it is really limiting them to come and use the resources that we have for the community. So there was a failure to understand them as individuals or as groups, because for them, most of us, we take to think that the people that we serve are almost at the same level where we are. Yet we need to understand them, understand how they perceive things, understand how they would interpret the information that they get in order to achieve a development in the areas where they are. Okay. So the problem statement is in form of a question, like this study, therefore, is to answer the question, to what extent has the failure to understand the appropriate information ecosystem contributed to hindrance of information penetration to the grassroots stakeholders that need to effect sustainable development? Like, we are trying to, okay, so the objectives that we are looking at include identifying the information needs of the community, to understand the existing information ecosystem that supports information production and flow. So in that, we are looking at how information is generated, how it is disseminated, shared, and used for sustainable development. Then to identify significant gaps and impediments to information dissemination, sharing, access, and use, in order to recommend interventions that will uphold an appropriate information ecosystem to facilitate sustainable development. And then to establish the uptake of open access or free access to information within the community. So when you look at the community information needs, this included the agricultural information needs, because we are trying to deal with people who are engaged in agriculture, people who are practicing crop production, animal husbandry, and poultry. And these people need information to do with the seasons, the outbreaks, the markets, the pesticides, and others. And also demonstration farm opportunities. We have a faculty for agriculture, and we think this would really help or serve a purpose of bringing these people on board and taking them through the practices in agriculture. Then information needs to do with sanitation and hygiene. We have fisheries, we have public health, we have business, manufacturing, we have education, community economic development. And in that area, we really looked at the parish development model, since it is something trending right now in the community. And then the spiritual well-being, the ICT-based literacy skills and using of phones, and then the community-based research of impactful results. So with the ecosystem, we tried to look at this at the national level and also tried to look at the local level. So this at the national level, we see that most of the policies, most of the laws and everything comes up from the political core team, that is the cabinet and the parliament, and then the National Policy Coordination Committee. So it is them that really define which community should receive which services, or which community should receive which information and how much should it be. So still at the national level, we are seeing the technical team, seeing the National Technical Coordination Team, the technical working groups, program working groups, the ministries, and the rest. So all these come in to see that information moves from the national level to the lower level to ensure that everything is implemented for the public good. So at the lower level or local level or constituency level, still we are looking at the political team from our MPs, the LC5 chairpersons, the LC3, and then LC1. Then still under the technical team that goes to the local people or local community, we have the agricultural extension officers to do with the vet, to do with agriculture, to do with fisheries. Then we have the district now, and that is the brokerage, the health sub-district, the community development officers, and the rest. So we also have the under the community development officers, that is where we see now the health teams reaching to the local community to disseminate information in line with health, Ebola information, COVID information, teenage, and the rest of the information. Then our parish development model, since it is standing alone, it is not under anything else apart from the ministry. So we see that it is a standalone program or project, though my colleague will discuss what you see below there, but it is something that is used to reach out to the local people, to give them the financial information that the government has for them. Then we are looking at also the information and resource centers, and this is where we fall as the library or as this. We have the private community libraries, the community centers, the telecenters, and the like. And most of them, when you look at the different districts in Uganda, much as most of them are not really active, but you could hear something to do with a community center, a community telecenter somewhere. And then Uganda Matters University comes in. So for the information distribution within this, we see that the local people are mostly using radios, village meetings, then the visits from the technical teams, then the mobile phones, the megaphones, word of mouth, the church announcements, the hospitals, informal gatherings, anonymous letters, and then we have the sangomas. So all these are some of the channels to distribute this information as it comes from the national level to the local level. And then we see that when you look at the ecosystem, all these, all the players indicated take on a major role of information provision and movement, information influencers, social trust, and then the information landscape as components of information ecosystem. When we continue, still in the information ecosystem, we have the dynamics of access. How do these people access information? How does it reach to them? What kind of factors do limit the access or favor the access to this information and how it moves? So some of them are geographical factors, some are political factors, while others are social and then socio-economic factors. Still, we look at the information use. Okay, we have information from the national level coming down to them, but how are they using the information? Maybe to do with Ebola, information to do with the seasons in agriculture or fisheries. When this information is provided, do they verify to see that this is the right information that we are getting? Because in the information age, almost everyone is a producer of information and almost everyone is a disseminator of this information. But when they get this information, do they verify? Do they triangulate the different sources before using it? And then the content, the medium, the source, and the formats. This information, if it is provided in a video form, or yes, in a video form, will they be able to internalize, to understand it? If it is in a text form, will they be able to read and to understand this information? Then we look at the impact. So if the information provided is to do with health, maybe teenage pregnancies, maybe circumcision and the rest, is there an impact? Fine, it is disseminated, people get it, but is there any positive impact out of it? Or are there previous communication failures that will undermine the future efforts? So that is the ecosystem that we want to look at in able to see that information is disseminated and utilized for sustainable development. So for the methodology, like I've told you, we've been in touch with the community through community engagement. We've interviewed them. We are still interviewing a number of them, and then are reviewing some of the existing literature. So some of the people we've interviewed include Mrs. Flores Nakalege, Monica, and the rest of the people. So we also have the number to do with the teachers and then the community project beneficiaries that we have been in touch with. So I'm going to call upon my colleague to continue with the findings, with the second part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lydia Taire Lasso from Uganda Matters University. Continuing from where Florence has stopped, I'll be taking on the gaps that are existing in the information ecosystem, whereby in the landscape, we stated that the government is the owner or the one that determines how the infrastructure should run. So in that, we find that which channels take on the information around the community. So in the community, if we find that we have, for example, radio stations, it is still the government to regulate whatever takes place in that station or in the stations. So you find that there are also private sectors owning the infrastructure through which information moves in the community. And we also find that there are the informal settings where people get information. So in here, we find that how is information curtailed? Are those bodies that are disseminating it the ones responsible? We say yes, because if it is the government creating and it has the authority to regulate, so it can influence the flow and the end, there will be no impact, or the impact may be negative. So we also find that in the areas of distribution, there might be redundancy in the different structures of information distribution and in the programs that run from government. For example, we find that we've been talking about the parish development model. There has been other different departments, for example, where we have a community development officer who could be running the programs, say, that have come up in the parish development model, but you realize that there will be duplication and they will set up another office for someone to run that program, hence becoming a redundancy within the infrastructure and also distorting how information will be distributed and shared within the community. When it comes to information distribution, still you find that there is discrimination. Information concerning finances will be given to different people, hence others will be left out. And yet it is all intended towards development of those people in the rural areas or for all. So when it comes to the dynamics of access, this is political it is economic, and sometimes the geographic factors come in to affect the access to information. And you realize that our location is rural, and politically, most of the people there are in the opposition predominantly. So there are also perceptions towards people with disabilities, or you find that there's marginalization, say, of women. When it comes to culture, you find that men are given more priority compared to women. So that affects access to information in a way, because if they only invite men for a meeting, the women will miss out if it is information relating to development. Via dissemination, we have channels through which these people access information. And in MPG, we noticed that most of them obtain information from radios, and the others from community announcers, and the percentages go down as others use telephones. But you realize that the radio is most used, whereby 67% of the households obtain their information from radios, implying there is need to utilize that channel, say maybe package some information and avail it there so it can reach the community. You note that in the community, there is always an issue of trust in relation to power relations. So if it is political, and maybe the president has communicated, and maybe also cultural leaders have communicated. I'll give an example of when the Kabaka encouraged people to grow coffee. People responded positively because of their belief in their culture. But then you find that sometimes when the president communicates, people may have lost trust. Maybe at some point he promised something and it never came to pass. So you find that there is some bit of information that is lost, yet it would have trickled down to enable sustainable development. You find that for example, you find that we looked at the information needs of the people. What kind of information would they need? That information would vary across the various segments of the community. So it is very important for us to segment that information depending on the needs of the community, other than just blanketing everything and communicating it in general, yet they don't have any impact on the community. So depending on the current situation, for example, when there is, for example, an outbreak, you find that some people may not respond, given the previous experience. For example, when we had COVID around, you'd find that people were told not to move past a certain hour, but then others would be moving because they knew when they move, they'll be able to maybe give a tip to someone and they let them go. So in other circumstances, when the communication is sent out, you find that others will not respond and they will neglect it. So when it comes to production, most of the information that is produced, for example, from government might be subjective. And you find that organizations that offer objective information do not have maybe avenues of reaching the communities. So it is very important to see that, for example, the technical teams that provide information to the rural are offered support, because according to what we realized, 66% of the funding at the district is for wages, implying that development is not really given priority since it is at 13%. So it is very important to reconsider, since we are all looking at development. So you realize that all timely delivery of information through other channels that we talked about, the political and the technical teams, given the fact that, for example, the technical teams are few compared to the number of people that they're supposed to serve and the breadth of the community that they have under their jurisdiction. Yes. Okay. Under open access at Uganda Matters University, we have some information and knowledge output so far, whereby we have the monograph, which is a publication called Mutafiti Mwafrika. Then we have UMU book series, where different people publish books. They write books and they're published. We have journal articles under Journal of Science and Development, Journal of Ethics and Development, Health Policy and Development, and we also have dissertations for staff that are made available through the institutional repository. And we also look at project deliverables, for example, for the Faculty of Agriculture, where we believe if they offer demonstration farms or incubation labs or greenhouses, they can offer some knowledge to the local community to ensure that they also learn something to enable development. We also have a repository and a library website and other digital channels to ensure that information is disseminated at a free cost. When it comes to open access practices at UMU, we are working on a policy which is not yet approved. And we also have some journals under open access, those ones I mentioned about them. But the challenge we have is the delay in policy approval due to limited buy-in of the research authority. They've not yet comprehended it well to agree with us and take on the policy. So there is also a challenge of sustaining the inflow of articles to be published in the institutional journals, hence hindering the effort of enabling open access. The UMU institutional repository, we have hybrid access of both open and closed, whereby 57% of the resources available are open access. And we also have 1,046 items. However, we had a hitch where we lost some of them due to certain challenges. We have a handle suffix that enables permanent preservation. We also have an enabler for harvesting, and we registered with Google Scholar so that our resources are discoverable. The challenge we have there is lack of backup or restoration procedures in case of disaster. We also have issues with intellectual property, whereby the policies are not yet approved. And we also have a challenge of patents registration so far. In our recommendations, we propose that we shall be working with the technical teams of the community to take on the community center space, which is at the Gombolola near our university, because it's lying idle. No one is using it. So that since the community is not free to come to the library, they can come to the community center and we serve them comfortably. We also intend to repackage information in a suitable format, which will be easily usable. And also work with women groups to ensure timely delivery of information. And we also intend to work with create relations with the technical teams, keep in touch with them to ensure that we don't miss out on where we will be to provide information. And we also intend to strengthen the outreach program for sustainability. Lastly, we partner with the National Library of Uganda, such that we are involved in reaching out to the communities through government programs. In conclusion, since it is said that not all information is relevant or can be used for decision making, it is very important that information is made timely and packaged in a relevant and appropriate usable way to ensure that we have sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Uganda Matters University, for that presentation. I think if we have any contribution or we have any question, please write it at the time of discussions. We shall be able to again come back to this presentation. Thank you very much. Let's give them another clap. To utilize the open access resources and impacting the community. At this moment, I want to welcome the physical participants to have their lunch. Meanwhile, we're just having a break of just like 10 minutes as we are picking our lunch, and then we shall continue with our presentation, and we shall have Aga Khan University making a presentation for only 20 minutes. Kindly presenters, let's observe time because we really have a lot which have not yet covered. Thank you very much. So our online audience, we can have a break for the 10 minutes. Thank you. Our lunch is just behind there.
Oh, let's pray. Let me pray for the lunch. God Almighty Father, we thank you for the day. Thank you for the food that is before us. Give us the energy to continue with the program. In Jesus' name we pray.
Yes, that way. Say, even if we have a question,
Hello, good afternoon, members. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, our online participants. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much, Onan. At this moment, I would like to welcome Aga Khan University. Aga Khan University, you have only 20 minutes of your presentation. I hope you are on. Sarah from Aga Khan University, I'm told you're the one presenting. Kindly, the floor is yours.
Yes. Jackie, I'm on.
Can start your presentation. Kindly keep time. We do not have time by 3. Actually, before 3, 2 minutes before 3 should be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Sarah Nakasba, and I work with Aga Khan University. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. We are requested to give a presentation on what we are doing at AKU to promote research. I think by now we all know that research is very important in achieving the SDGs. And like in the morning, we're told that the library has to indirectly contribute to SDGs by supporting researchers. So what are we doing at AKU? I hope my screen is, I think you can see my screen.
We can see it, please.
Okay, thank you, Drake.
But you need to put it in presentation mode.
I think I've done that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
so
right
I'd like
now.
to thank, okay, thank you. I'd like to thank CUUL for coming up with this initiative, because I believe having such every year, we shall be able to share so much and learn so much from each other. So thank you so much, CUUL, for this initiative. Now, in this presentation, I'm going to give you an introduction about AKU Library. I'll then share some of the research support initiatives that we have at AKU or that we have put in place, and some of the challenges. However, as I present the research support initiatives, maybe some of the challenges will be pointed out. And then I will share the recommendations. Now, AKU Library, which we all know, located in Old Kampala, it is part of a global network of libraries. We all know that Aga Khan has branches, or it has campuses in various countries, like in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania. There is also Pakistan, there is UK, and in all these campuses, you find that we have branch libraries. And these libraries we share a number of things. We share resources. Like, for example, if one of our users maybe is interested in an article that we don't have or we don't subscribe to, we can always use a DDS to get it from other campuses. We also share systems, and we also share staff. This morning, we had a presentation by our university librarian, Dr. Peter Gatiti, who sits in Pakistan. But we also share other staff, like the systems librarians, like the copyright officers. And then when you come to East Africa, we have the associate university librarian, who is Arnold Mwanzu, and he heads all the campuses, all the campus branches in East Africa. East Africa, I mean Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Then the different branches, like one in Uganda, they are headed by the librarian. Now, the one that we have here in Uganda serves the School of Nursing and Midwifery, which is SONAM. So we have just two programs, that is nursing and midwifery. And the library serves 15 faculty members. So it is, the campus is quite small, and likewise, even the library. I know some of you have visited us and they have seen the library. Then we serve 222 students in total. We also serve our alumni. Once someone is done with the studies, they can still come to the library and utilize the resources and the librarians. Now, the library has a print collection of resources. We have over 6,000 books. Of course, they range in the areas of health. We have nursing, we have midwifery, and then we have other health-related, books. We also offer a conducive learning or reading environment. But because of the COVID pandemic guidelines, you find that our sitting capacity was reduced by a half. We now have, at a time, only 14 library users can sit and read from the library. However, we have a reading shelter where students can come in the library, they borrow a book and also a laptop, and then they go in the shelter and read from there. The shelter also has sockets. They can also access Wi-Fi from the shelter. We also have a collection of electronic resources, which we have for our researchers and our staff and students. These resources range from journal articles and ebooks. We get access to these resources through CUUL. Then we also have some institutional subscription because we wanted to fill the gap. We have access to EBSCO Nursing Reference Center. The institution also pays for Elsevier Clinical Key for nursing. We have the ebooks from Walters Kulwa, Ovid ebooks. We also have access to Scopus. So for those researchers who want to maybe do research in metrics, and maybe if they're looking to collaborate with experts in the field, they can utilize the Scopus. Then we also have BETS visuals. Those are the institutional subscription at AKU. Of course, we also promote the use of open access. We have the links to open access resources on our online platforms. We also once in a while share open access resources to our students, to our faculty, and to our researchers. The library also has subscribed to a remote access service. Initially, we were using the VPN remote access service. However, it got some issues, and so we have moved away from the VPN remote access service. And now we are using Open Athens. It's something that we have just implemented, but it's already up and running. I know some of you might ask me that how come you're not utilizing remote access for CUUL? Is it Remote X? But like I said at the beginning, this is part of a global network of libraries where we share systems. So if a system is implemented in Pakistan or in Nairobi, it has to cut across, because we share these systems with. We use the same systems with our sister libraries. Now we also have a discovery tool to help our users and our researchers be able to access all the subscribed to resources and open access resources on one platform. We subscribe to the EBSCO Discovery Service. And just like many of you, we also have an institutional repository, the IR. It goes by the name of eCommons at AKU. Now, this has done so much in increasing the visibility of our researchers. But like other systems, the AKU eCommons is also still shared by all the branches at AKU. So when you log onto AKU, you find that all the researchers from all the campuses are all there. Now, we have done a lot in marketing the eCommons. And I must say by now, when someone publishes, we don't initially we had alerts with Google Scholar, whereby you would get to know that someone has published and then you go to them, request, to archive their publication. But now that is not the case. When someone publishes, as they share with their colleagues, they have to copy in the librarian, because now they have appreciated the e-commons. They have appreciated that it came to help them, increase their visibility. And when we are showcasing it, that second slide in the middle that you're seeing, it is a live readership map. We have used this a lot and it excites them. Like when you are teaching, whenever someone out there is downloading an article or a book chapter from the e-commons, it pops up. A ball pops up from wherever they are, and then it shows which country someone is located. And it also shows the title of that article, the authors, and the department where they are coming from. So that one excites them a lot. Then on the left, we have what we call the Scholars Gallery, where all the scholars who have publications in e-commons have accounts. Yes, so when initially what we would do would pick on one scholar, and then we share how they are faring, their downloads, their publications. And I think in a way, it also, motivated the rest to also work harder. Now, like our boss was saying this morning, Dr. Gatiti, we are going to introduce PURE, P-U-R-E. It's going to be incorporated into our e-commons, because we realize that the Scholars Gallery in the e-commons, it's not very interactive. So we are introducing PURE, and that is where the researchers' profiles will be listed. We also have Turnitin, which is an anti-plagiarism checker. Now, what the library does, we help in assigning accounts. This is for the researchers and for the faculty, not for the students. We assign them with accounts and turn it in. So those ones who want to turn in their work, they can do it themselves because they have the accounts. However, of course, there are some, people who have, phobia and all that. They still come to the library, and we help them to turn in their work and help get the similarity reports for them. And then, of course, the library also involved in training. We train them on how to use the Turnitin. We have information literacy at AKU. This one also goes to the students. When students join AKU for the first semester, the library is given 1 hour per week, where we introduce students to the resources that we subscribe to, even the open access resources. We show them how to do searching, how to, there's different search strategies, how to search the databases, how to get the information, how to use it, evaluate it. And of course, how to, citing, referencing, academic writing, etc., etc. And of course, this also we do for the faculty. However, one of the challenges we found is you would call the faculty for a training, they come, you end up with like five in a training. But of course, we'd still continue. But what we decided to do is that we are now working with the academic coordinator. So normally they have those sessions, which run maybe for 3 weeks, for three days before the semester starts. They have those sessions for planning and lesson planning and all that. So we request that they always give us like 2 or 3 hours. So we go and talk to them about our resources, and we give them refresher training. And of course, there are many in the room, so we have utilized that chance. And also, we have also introduced the one-on-one. So in case if a faculty needs help on anything, they can either schedule an appointment where you can go to their office, or they come to the library. The one-on-one has really worked for us in regards to information literacy for the faculty, because initially it was hard to get all of them in one room. Yes, and as for the continuing students, we once in a while schedule for them the IL classes, depending on the need. Like, for example, you can identify a class, maybe they have started, writing their research proposals. So you take that chance, you talk to the faculty who is in charge of that research or course unit. They can give you some time, then you go and talk to them about the different resources, the different search strategies, and so on and so forth. And the library has also introduced the LibGuides. With the AKU LibGuides, when you Google and go on our platform, this AKU by the LibGuide is powered by SpringShare. When you go on to the LibGuides, you find that all the campuses are listed there. So it's another system that we share as the global AKU libraries. Now, what we have there, we have the librarian's contact. So in case if someone wants to contact any librarian, because what we did, the different subject guides, we put a librarian. So if you're interested in a given subject guide, you can contact that librarian. The contacts are there, the email address, the phone number. And then we also have print resources. We have a link. For example, if I'll give an example of a subject guide, like maybe epidemiology subject guide. When you click on it, it will give you a link to the print resources. So the print resources are listed. We only pick out those ones which are relevant to that subject. So when someone clicks on any of the books or any of the image of the book, it takes them to the OPAC, and then they're able to know that now this how many copies are there in the library, how many are available, how many are out, all those things. And then we have the electronic resources still on that particular guide. Someone can know which particular electronic resources, like when I say resources, I mean the journal articles, the databases, and then the ebooks on that given subject guide. And we have also come up with a list of journals which offer author processing charge waivers. That list is posted on the LibGuide. So for those researchers who are interested in knowing which journal offers the APC waivers and at what percentage, because these journals, some of them can give you 100%, others 80%, depending. So the list is there on the LibGuide. Then we have also added a description of predatory journals. We all know that now we are publishers, authors are now faced with this problem of predatory journals. So we have tried to come up with a list on how we have described some things they can look out for to identify predatory journals. And of course, there's also a link to the Braille's list of predatory journals, though we know that it has not been updated for a while, but at least the description for the journals is there. And then on the guides, you also find a link to other AKU online platforms, like the IR, the OPAC, the internet portal, and so forth. Now, AKU has a copyright office. This office is located in Nairobi, but they serve AKU Global. All the libraries in AKU are served by this office. Now, this office, what it does, it is under the library. So what it does, it trains faculty and staff in issues regarding intellectual property and copyright. And so researchers and faculty members, in case if they want to use maybe an information material, but they're not very sure whether it is copyright protected, they can always contact them. Or if they are sure that it is and they need maybe guidance on how to get clearance, still this copyright office is able to help. And they also advise on authentic journals, because you realize that when you start publishing, these predatory journals have a habit of sending you messages that you submit, something like that. And then before the deadline, something like that. So they keep on sending those funny messages. The faculty and the researchers normally forward them to the library, and then we can also forward them to the copyright office in case if we're not very sure whether they're authentic or not. And another initiative that AKU has come up with is the Authors Day. The world celebrates Authors Day every 1st of November. So beginning last year, started celebrating this day. We are celebrating our authors, and it runs by the theme, authors, by the slogan, authors need chai. We all appreciate that publishing is not a walk in the park. It's a tedious, journey. So this is a day that we get to meet with our authors, with our publishers. We sit with them.
Your time is fast spent.
Okay, we sit with them and have a cup of tea with them. Last year, the presentation was about how to publish. Now this year, which is on Tuesday, we shall have a panel discussion. We have identified authors. They will be sharing their research journey, what has worked for them, the challenges, in case if your paper has been rejected, how can you handle it, how to increase visibility of your research, etc. Jackie, how many more minutes can you give me, please?
Your time is already spent, please.
So do you want me to stop here?
Maybe 1 minute. Conclude.
Okay. Okay, the library has done a lot. Let me end on this slide. The library has done a lot in building the capacities or the competence of the librarian, because if the librarian's competence is not built, how will they be able to support the researchers? One is through funding. The University Librarian's Office has offered funding for a number of staff, like masters and PhDs, and even other short courses. Then we also have in-house training. Within the library, we have knowledge sharing sessions. This started last year, and these are always virtual. And then we are members of CUUL, so we get to enjoy the trainings CUUL provides, and then of course the different people. So the network is big. So in case if I need help, I know I can contact anyone within CUUL, because our network has really grown. And then of course we have come up with collaborative research initiative, whereby the librarians have now embarked on research on publishing. This year we published a paper on LibGuides. We have also submitted a manuscript. We are waiting for reviewers' comments. So I think I can stop there since my time is over. Thank you so much, Jackie, for giving us time to showcase what AKU is doing in regards to promoting research.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for concluding. Thank you so much for recognizing the CUUL membership and the training and the networking. Thank you so much for what you are doing at Aga Khan University, and we have learned a lot. We shall continue discussing. Maybe if there's anyone who wants to ask something about what is going on at Aga Khan, please prepare it. At this moment, I want to welcome one of our publishers who supports us with e-resources from Red Express, LexisNexis, to talk about law resources. And this is Ntako Zondi. Ntako Zondi, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Sure, I'm trying to switch off my video. It says it doesn't want to start, but I'm anyway going to speak without the video if you really don't mind at all. I'd like to try again so that you can see. Okay, it's refusing. So just to not to waste time, I'm just going to proceed with the presentation. My name is Ntako, and I'm from Reg Express, working in partnership with LexisNexis. I'd like to thank CUUL for giving us the opportunity to share with you the LexisNexis product solutions and portfolio. I'll be co-presenting with my colleagues from LexisNexis, Eddie Baloyi, who is the Strategic Accounts Manager for Africa, and also with Winston Wilkutso, who is the Head of Africa Strategic Partnerships. Just to give you a bit of background on who Reg Express is and how we work with LexisNexis. Reg Express specializes in the sourcing and the supplying of print books, journals, and e-books for academic libraries, provincial libraries, municipal libraries, private and public sector libraries in Africa. We've now been operating in the industry since 2009, and we work in partnership with various publishers globally. Reg Express represents LexisNexis in certain sub-Saharan African countries, Central, East, and West Africa. LexisNexis product portfolio includes research and guidance, data services, workflow solutions, academic product training, webinars, and e-learning. And their publishing interests are as follows. They publish in civil procedure, in case law, financial services, labor and employment, legislation, and tax. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Presentation. I hear some voices in the background. All right. I'm going to hand over to Eddie Baloyi just to give a detailed information on LexisNexis product solutions. You can proceed, Eddie.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Taco. As she has explained, I work for LexisNexis. We are a global company. We supply a lot of, we're not just a publisher, but we give legal solutions. So here's some of the stuff that we do. As you can see on the screen, we do what we call search solution, workflow solution, risk, and compliance solution. So the stuff that I'm going to focus on today will be Lexis Library. Lexis Library is the one that I'm going to focus on, but just to give you the other stuff, you know, we've got what we call Lexis Practical Guidance that looks at the directive used by lawyers. So those are the practical guide that the lawyers use on day-to-days. So we also have what we call on the workflow, Lexis Convey, how do you do Lexis clearance, banking and tracker. This we'll discuss later. On the risk and compliance solution, we've got what we call ref check. You know, when you hire somebody, whether at the university, you need to do checks for that particular person in order to reduce risk and mitigate those type of risks. Those people can be having fraud or corruption. So that's some of the solution that we do. We're not just only publishing books, but we've got legal solution for accounting as well as all the stuff that Taco discussed. Okay, and then just to give you an overflow of what are the benefits of using LexisNexis Uni. So this is intuitive discovery, which has got a big search box, sets the stage, but LexisNexis offers other this way. So for first year students, it will help them a lot. You've got information that they are created discipline that shows pages present content to the topic. So you'll see top publishers are also there in our search and also specialized search items. So number two, you look at the task-based search tabs that allow first-year students to quickly conduct their research. So it's very good use for all the students. So in some of your universities, you might find that students are new, but they can use this search to do all their research. It's much more user-friendly for the student. And then the last one, it's a result filtering, allows students to quickly drill down to the high relevant result based on location, publication, type, subject, industry, or geographical and timeline. You know, with COVID-19, we have learned a lot of stuff that you can do your research without going to campus. So this will allow them to do their research anywhere where they are in the world, whether they are studying from wherever they are. So this is very useful type of benefit. Okay, and then the next one, we've got what we call collaborative environment. So Lexis Uni allows them to work together more efficiently and remain individually accountable. So the student can create folders, they can even have documents sharing, collaboration with their group members. Even faculty members like your lecturers can set up required reading folders to share with the class members. So it's very useful as well. And you can also gain visibility with other students. Okay, with a personalized experience, Lexis support campus-wide authentical access. So you can use this wherever you are, whether you're at home or wherever you are. And the good things about this Lexis Uni is it saves searches and you can run this thing in the future.
it creates alerts. So for example, if you're looking at the issues of accounting, so it will give you topics that discuss anything that's happening to improve your current awareness within any field of study that you're doing. Another thing that's very important, you can bookmark a document for later viewing. So this is actually a user-friendly type of benefit. And again, it also identifies previous viewing document, and it also saves you time. So this is very useful search, okay? I'm also going to discuss a little bit of how it's going to help academic research for digital natives. So this academic research involves offering simple, inclusive research express for today's students. As you know, students, they use their cell phone, they use their iPads to do their research. So this will actually be a very good, useful tool for students in each and every university, as we are in the global world now. So it offers simple, inclusive research express, and today's what students want. And also it helps students to refine research skill, promote critical thinking, and encourage collaboration with their other peers. So if they have got a group of students who are working maybe in the other campus, they can even collaborate together. Another very important thing on number 2 is it reduces training demand, so you can focus on other tasks and even empower students to conduct research with confidence. So this one is actually help a lot of students. So you can even see what we call it a rate of return on what you have invested on. So maybe to discuss more about it, we've got what we call citation-worthy content, which delivers unmatched depth, quality when it comes to content. We've got more than 15,000 news and legal and business sources that you can help. So Lexis Uni helps students find credible sources, including all this stuff that is written below, which is your print, your online journals, your television, your radio broadcast, newswire, and blogs. And the good things about it, you can also check its local, regional, national, and international newspaper with a deep archives. So that's very important. Those are some of the features. Okay, so just to give you an overview of what it does. So this is just a screenshot of what it does. That, okay, it recommended that you customize your review in the tools to use to customize your experience. As you can see on the top right, you can select the arrows once on the setting. So this is just to show you how you use this Lexis Uni. It's very user-friendly as it's displayed on the screen. And then number 9 is also showing that you can also do what you call search across all content as it's displayed here. You can search anything that you want from the top search. And another thing that's very important, it's your conducting and advanced searches, as you can see here. So it's very useful type of features. So to have this at the university will also assist a lot of students. And then this one, it says also you can start your search on using Lexis, using the top search box, as I've discussed earlier. And then the other one, you can filter your results, which is available for including your location, your sources, your publication, your type, your subject, or any geographical area where you are. So it's a very friendly use. You can use this thing wherever you are. So it's very easy to use this type of solution that we have. And then those are some of the stuff that we do when you search for anything for research for our students. So this can also help you to view the document, pair your eyeglasses with appear next to, as it has been showed on the screen on the other side. Okay, and then because of the time, I'm going to maybe give it to Tako to discuss how is it relevant to your organization. Tako? Tako?
Okay, thank you very much, Eddie, for the beautiful presentation. I'm sure within the members that are attending the conference, we do have institutions that offer law, and I'm sure what Eddie has presented is quite relevant to those institutions that do offer law courses. The next step that will happen from here going onwards, We will liaise with Drake, whereby we can maybe arrange trial access for the member institutions through the consortium. So we can arrange the trial access maybe for a period of a month where you can actually explore this platform that AD has briefly shown you, explore the resources, be able to view, download, and see everything that LexisNexis has to offer and the nice benefits that the platform has to offer you. So this is the end of our presentation. If there's any further inquiries pertaining to the presentation, here is our contacts. You can contact me at intako@regexpress.co.za, and you can also contact AD and Winston at LexisNexis. Thank you very much for granting us the opportunity to present and to give you a detailed information on LexisNexis product offering. I don't know if there's any questions you'd like to ask, if there's still a minute or two left. Drake? Yes, I'm still here.
Sorry, you were breaking up there. I don't think our audience got to hear what you were asking.
Or was I breaking up? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you loud and clear. I think you were inviting
No,
questions.
I was saying if there's any questions, maybe.
Yeah, it seems that there's
Are there any questions from the audience? Jackie?
If there are no questions, maybe we can give Winston to have the closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Ntako. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you, Program Director. We are grateful for the opportunity to present this solution to you. We hope that we will hear from the member institutions soon, if there's any other inquiries. Due to the limited time we have, we could not go into much detail or even go as far as showing the actual system. So we are very much open to show each of the member institutions of the CUUL the actual system and show more value and benefits that each faculty of law can derive. I think what really stands out for me is the ability to create groups and to create files and classes and share, and for the teaching staff to be able to see who is really using and checking in, and in that sense you are able to, as a university, be able to assess whether you have you are deriving value from your investment. We look forward to hearing from all of you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Reg Express. We were expecting probably if there are any questions at a later stage. So if you don't mind, would you please hold on a little online so that we will engage in a question and answer session later.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Can we give another round of applause to Reg Express? Several of us have law schools, and the other day I was having end user training for School of Law students, and I told them you are researchers for life. So I believe LexisNexis is a very good tool that they can use. One more hand of applause. Okay, yeah, so Onan, you are welcome. Your presentation is next. And when I was introducing you, someone said that one. So people are very excited to get your presentation on a training on systematic reviews that where we can all fit in as librarians and participate with the rest of the research team. So Onan, you're welcome. Onan is from Makerere University. He's a college librarian from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, and he's had his experience. So let's welcome Onan.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen, first of all. Okay. Okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
It's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present in this conference. But before I start, yes, I've been introduced. I'm Onan Mulumba from Makerere University. But yes, I'm presenting at a time when we are about to close the conference and it's a Friday. So I know usually what happens towards, the weekend. So I want to promise you that I'm going to move a little bit fast, but thorough, just in case I don't become a stumbling block between you and your weekend mood. So allow me to start this presentation. Yes, this is on systematic reviews. Initially, it was supposed to be done by my colleague, Dr. Allison, but she's out of the country as I speak now. But I took on the mantle to do this presentation because I equally have some experience, have an experience in systematic reviews. Just as an outline, we are going to look at briefly the introduction of to systematic reviews and what they are, and then which type of reviews do we normally look at, and how do we develop a search strategy, because that is one key component of a systematic review, and also looking at the search techniques and how we can combine all these techniques together. So by definition, briefly, a systematic review is basically a review which is composed of a clearly formulated question, which utilizes or uses systematic and explicit methods to identify, select, and critically appraise relevant research. So those highlighted, or those that green text is so important because there is some meaning to each and every word there. And also we need to know that it involves the collection and analysis of data from several studies. So usually systematic review does not involve one study, but several studies. So when you look at quite a number of primary or even secondary studies, and then you combine them together, then you are conducting, or you conduct a systematic review. Then we have different reviews. As we can see, we have narrative reviews, we have literature reviews, we have traditional reviews such as the scoping reviews. But in this particular case, we want to look at systematic reviews, because when you look at the different reviews, systematic reviews are at the peak of research quality. And when you do systematic reviews, in most cases, doing the analysis of the different studies, you have got to do a meta-analysis. And a meta-analysis is a combination. I mean, you bring different studies together, and then you analyze. Even when you have got two studies, analysis of two studies can be done using a meta-analysis. So a meta-analysis can be two or more studies. Analyzing two or more studies can be done as in terms of a meta-analysis. So narrative reviews, just to give you a bit of background to this, narrative reviews usually are written by experts in the field, and they are usually informal but subjective. in terms of the methodology, and they involve collection and interpretation of information. So usually narrative reviews summarize an evidence. We just need to understand that a narrative review can be done even by a single expert, an individual, unlike systematic reviews, because normally systematic review is supposed to be done by a team, because there are so many, there's quite a lot of expertise that is needed to do a systematic review. Previously, I've seen some individuals, you find one scholar, one researcher, telling you, I want to do a systematic review, and that is one person. A systematic review, just to inform you, it is done by different individuals. But you need content experts, you need analysts, then you also need search strategists. And as librarians, this is our main component within a systematic review. We are the search strategists in a systematic review. So when a team wants to conduct a systematic review, then you just know that the context of, the aspect of doing a search strategy is supposed to be done by a librarian, because it involves searching different databases, creating search strings. So that is that part of the methodology is basically done by a librarian. So there are key elements of a systematic review. Normally, it involves formulating a question and also planning the review itself. You have got to do some kind of systematic plan for it. Then you do a comprehensive search. Comprehensive meaning it has got to be thorough. The search for the studies or the literature has got to be so thorough. Then you need to have unbiased selection and abstraction process. Selection of the studies has got to be unbiased. If a certain study does not qualify to be included within your search, within your systematic review, you don't have to include it, because you have got you've got a criterion where you either exclude or include a certain study. So when you set up such a criteria for inclusion and exclusion, you have got to stick to it. However good you feel a study might be, but if it's out of context as regards the setup of your systematic review, then you have got to exclude that, because doing that means you're going to be biased. And then there's also critical appraisal of the data, as well as synthesis of the data in terms of conducting a meta-analysis. And then you cannot, publish your systematic review without doing interpretation of your final results. So if you want to look at the differences or the comparison between a systematic and narrative reviews, as a matter of fact, there are so many. The two are very distinct, but if you want to get the distinction, I'm not going to go into each one of these because time may not allow us, but since we share the presentations, then you'll have a chance to look at them at an individual basis. The systematic reviews have got particular advantages in terms of research, but in most cases, we need to know that systematic reviews reduce bias, but then also they allow for replicability of studies. And then we need to know that research reviews resolve controversy between conflicting studies, because you're bringing together different studies. So if there is some kind of conflict between the different studies, then a systematic review usually helps to resolve such controversies. Also helping to identify gaps in the current research. Normally when you do systematic review, because you are looking at different studies, then you have got, tops to realize that somewhere there is a gap that needs to be filled. And then also systematic reviews provide reliable basis for decision making. So during Michael's presentation, we learned about policy briefs. So systematic reviews likewise hope to support decision making. And somebody doing a policy brief can also get, for example, a systematic review and then try to create a policy brief out of it, because usually the outcome of this systematic review provide concrete evidence to support decision making. And then also there are some limitations to systematic reviews. And here, when you look at specific health, you see that results usually may not be conclusive enough because a study may be done on maybe smart review can be done on studies, but some of these studies, for example, maybe they could be focusing on particular organisms, or it could be maybe studying about viruses. We know that viruses are highly mutative. The study could be done by, done on a particular virus, but maybe this virus, as time goes on, keeps mutating, changing form and stuff like that. So maybe the effect or the damage done by a particular virus could have, things could have changed. And if you consider, for example, studies, a systematic review considering studies which have been done on that particular strain of virus, it may not provide sometimes conclusive results because of certain natural forms of change in particular organisms. There may also be no trials or evidence. You want to do a systematic review, but at times you may find that you don't have sufficient trials, or you don't have enough evidence to make a conclusive kind of study. And then also some trials may be of poor quality. If you say that I'm doing a systematic review and you have set your inclusion exclusion criteria, even if it's a poor quality study and you need... Hello? Oh, sorry. So somebody needs to... Yes, the host, may you please mute? Okay. Yes, if you have set your systematic review with certain parameters, even when you feel like the study is of poor quality, you have got to include it because it qualifies to be included within your systematic review. So by doing that, it dilutes your study. So some such studies may be of poor quality, but still be involved in the systematic review. Then also the intervention may be too complex to be tested by a trial. So because we know that systematic reviews have got different components, as we are going to see in terms of the PICO. So if the intervention is too complex, then you find, the systematic review becomes so hard to be conducted because the findings may not be conclusive. Then also practicing does not change because you have an evidence or effect or effectiveness. So we want to, if you have got to implement the outcome of a systematic review, sometimes you get difficulties because of lack of change, especially if there are some interventions that have been done and require, they are different from what originally was done. So usually a lack of change or a lack of, new ways of doing or new ways of conducting research can create difficulties in implementation. And we know that usually technologies keep changing. And if, for example, a certain study was done using a certain technology, and then maybe another one was done using a different technology, and then you are doing a systematic review, for example, maybe you are doing a meta-analysis, and you're using some new tools of doing the analysis, and those tools being not compatible with, with the previous studies becomes a little bit of a problem. So how do you ask an answerable question in this matter? Because we know that usually questions of systematic review have got to be, they have got to exhibit some bit of effectiveness. And how would you measure this? You need to know whether an intervention, for example, in that review, an intervention works or does not work. And if it works, for whom does it work? Or for whom does it not work? So these are some of the questions you have got to ask yourself to ensure that there is effectiveness in your review. Then also there are some other relevant questions, such as, how does the intervention work? And maybe is the intervention appropriate? And if it's appropriate, then you proceed. And is the intervention feasible anyway? Because sometimes you can find that the intervention, as we are going to see some of the examples below, you find that the intervention perhaps is not feasible for, for implementation. And then also, is the intervention and comparison relevant? So you have got to ask yourself such questions. Then you also need answerable questions. Okay, so like I said previously, we have to look at the different parts of a systematic review. So again, we need to look at the description of the population because like I said, it has got components where you look at the people. When you are doing a systematic review, you have got to look at those parts of a systematic review, the people, the population, the intervention, the comparator, and then the outcomes. So as you look at the study, you have got to extract those different components in each and every study. So if you are doing a systematic review, then you have got to be very specific about those different components, the population, the intervention, the comparator or comparison, and then the outcomes. So those are the questions you have got to ask yourself. If they are met in a study, then you proceed. If they are not, then you may not proceed. For example, if I'm to ask a PICO question, there's at times you get a time-consuming question. It does not meet it does not meet the set parameters of the question. For example, if I ask, what is the best strategy to prevent smoking in young people? This question does not have the components of a systematic review. It does not have the people. It has the population, yes, young people, but does not have it does not have the intervention. It does not have the comparator, much as it has the outcome, but does not have these two parts of a systematic review. So you need to ask answerable questions like mass media, maybe interventions effective in preventing smoking in young people, because by asking such a question, you are providing a population, you are providing an intervention, which is mass media. Then you are also providing, a comparator, which may be like, for example, a comparator which is maybe you have mass media or no mass media, or you're providing no kind of intervention whatsoever, and then also you have got the outcome of maybe smoking. Then when you look at the PICO, at times you find that within the PICO components, they add a T, which is time frame. It could be time frame, it could be type of studies. So if you want to look at the different components of your study, it would be advisable that you create a table of this kind. Okay, you put your problem or population, indicate what your population is, indicate the different interventions. It could be one, it could be multiple. Indicate the comparison. There may be no comparison. Comparator. Indicate the outcome, okay, of that intervention. And then also you have got, for example, you find that some of them are, the study indicates maybe different types of studies, or you have got randomized controlled trials, or you have got maybe time series. For example, maybe this study has been done systematically following a particular period of time. Maybe we are doing a study on this, maybe on a certain trend between 2020 and 2030. So those are some of the aspects you have got to look at when you are doing a systematic review. Then it follows a particular process. When you're doing a systematic review, for example, you look at a well-formulated question like we have seen previously. Then also you look at comprehensive data search. You have got to do an unbiased selection and abstraction process. Like I told you, exclusion, inclusion, but you have got to follow the set kind of parameter, the standards as determined in your study. Then the critical appraisal of the data. So you have got to do a thorough study and follow all the procedures of your systematic review. Then how do we determine how do we do a good search? Because most of us, being librarians, we know that we are derived so much into doing, information search, information dissemination. But how do you do a high quality search? Okay, so normally we have got to set clear research questions. As we're doing a systematic review, we have to follow clear research question. And then we have got to do a comprehensive search. But in such, doing so, we have to look at all domains, looking at, the language restrictions. So to have a good search, there should be no language restrictions. And then we have to look at both unpublished and published literature. And in most cases, if you want to be a very good study, then you need to have up-to-date information. Then also you need a document. I mean, you need to have to document your search. Normally we do this because we need this study or this systematic review has got to be replicable, or it has got to be repeatable. So normally it has got to be, the search strategy has got to be documented. So when you do a search strategy, for example, identifying the different, you have the different keywords, you have got the different terminologies used, the different concepts, you have got to document the way you have done, even the way you have combined them. Because the way you combine your keywords provides a search string, a search strategy, which provides eventually gives you a search string. So you have got to document your search string or your search strategy so that it makes the work repeatable or replicable. Then looking at the components of an electronic searching, normally we know that from our work, yes, after the PICO components have been described, we have to start normally with a primary concept. Then after that, find the synonyms. Look at the synonyms of each concept, of each term. Look at the different synonyms. You can identify using, for example, the mesh terms, descriptors, subject headings for those who are in medical field. And then you can add, I mean, text words. Then also add other components of the PICO question to the narrow citations. And usually this can be used as a study filter. Then you also examine abstracts, because as you do this, you don't only stop at the titles of the studies, but you also have to look at the abstracts. You have got to examine the abstracts and see if those studies encompass what you are looking for in your systematic review. Then also you use a search strategy in other databases which may have been provided already, but may need to be adapted. Okay, you'll find, for example, a search already a systematic review has got a search strategy, which search strategy you can replicate, you can use directly in your search, maybe in your systematic review. You want to replicate that study, okay? Or you want to do, I mean, something that is related, but you already have it documented. You can use that. We know that we can do systematic literature searching, but why do we need to do that? Okay, normally we do systematic literature searching to avoid errors in the search process. Also, searching for systematic reviews needs to be as extensive as possible. Okay, so if you are doing, because like I told you at the beginning, a systematic review is at the peak of research quality. So it's at the peak of the pyramid. So you have got to do, if you are doing such a systematic review, you have got to be as extensive as possible. And this hopes, I mean, by doing this, you have got to identify relevant literature as much as possible. Then also you need to have unbiased selection of the literature, but then also this one saves time required for searching. So when you do a systematic literature search, it saves time because you already have your search strategy. So when you are developing a search strategy, we know that a search strategy is an organized structure of the key terms and also used in searching databases. So systematic reviews usually require not only the top-notch search results, but we also need reproducibility. So you have your search strategies has got to be reproducible. I mean, your systematic review needs to have a search strategy that can be applied in order to reproduce the same study. So which steps do we normally take in case we want to do a search process? So we normally define and refine our search questions. We break down the question into concepts. Like I told you, PICO. Then we have got PICO, PICOst. In case you want to add the rest of the components, then you have to think about other synonyms and base combinations of key concepts. PICOst S is at times the setting, because you can consider that S, you can consider the setting in which that study is done. Then you have the selection of relevant databases, compiling of such strategy, which tests and test it. Then you you have to run your search, because you cannot just create a search strategy and don't do the search. You have to run the search and actually see if it does the actual search as it was intended to. Then also adapting the strategy to different databases. It has got to be adapted. Sometimes not all databases, we can apply the same search strategy. We see that there are some operators that can be applied in one database, but when you go to another, they are not applicable. So we have got to keep adapting, modify. If a database requires a different, maybe a combination of the concepts, you do that. So we do document and manage our search results. Normally, when we do a database search techniques, we look out for, when we want to get the techniques, we have to look out for synonyms, look out for headings, subject headings. Then we look out for Boolean operators, okay, abbreviations, proximities, filters. But of course, we know that when you're doing a strategy, at times even, truncations and wildcards are so important because they all pass to limit our searches. Then when we do synonyms, we look out for related words. So for each and every keyword or concept, look out for the different synonyms. Normally, when we want to look for synonyms, for those in agriculture and related disciplines, AgroVoc is one key database. AgroVoc, normally it is a multilingual thesaurus. It has over 41 languages. Like I told you at the beginning, when you're doing an effective systematic review, you don't need to have limitations in regards to languages. So AgroVoc provides different languages, over 41 languages. And if you want to access it, normally you have you can just visit this website and get a different, for each and every concept, then you find different synonyms, related words, broader terms, narrow, so you can take advantage of this thesaurus and build the concepts or get the synonyms to your concepts, not only in agriculture, but in different fields of science. Then you have subject headings. So normally subject headings, we know that most of, database, we have databases which provide for this, okay? So you can do indexing terms which are added to each article by the database. Normally we look out for this and usually want the ones which have been compiled by the database managers or by the publishers. Usually not the authors. Sometimes authors make mistakes. Somebody provides a subject term, a subject heading, which is actually not existing, which is non-existent. So we have got to look out for those ones which have been indexed by the publishers. Then look out for others, okay? Terms which are specific to each database, look out for them because you may find terms specific to each database, but then one database, but not in the other. So you have got to always identify which ones are applicable or available in one database and on the other. So basically, when we are doing this, we are trying to build concepts that can be used in our search strategy. So we can use Boolean operators in this, when we are doing our search strategy. And we know that usually Boolean operators provide the power to do a very effective search. Normally, our Boolean operators, as we know, we have got all, we have and then we have not. And usually Boolean operators, the way we differentiate them from non-Boolean operators is Boolean operators are represented in uppercase. When you have such operators in lowercase, then you just know they are not Boolean operators, but rather stop words. So if you want to apply these as Boolean operators, please, you have got to put them in uppercase. And these operators are usually used to limit or widen your search. So you get either you can start broad and apply Boolean operators and then try to narrow down your search. So they are used in different ways. Using Boolean operator all widens your search. As you can see, if I want to do, for example, I have keywords, I have forest, I have forestry, woodland, I can just apply all, such that when I have my search results having forests, I have a chance of having even more search results when it is forestry or woodland. So normally the Boolean operator all widens your search and you get more search results as compared to other Boolean operators. Boolean operator and tries to narrow down the search. So to combine, or when you combine two different terms or concepts and use a Boolean operator and, normally you narrow down your search. So Boolean operator and narrows down the search. You get fewer search results as compared to the Boolean operator all. Then there is not. Not normally is used to exclude certain words. Okay. For example, you are doing a search maybe on let's say on caterpillars. You are doing a study on caterpillars. Caterpillars, the insects, that larval stage of the insects. But then at times you can get results coming out where you have caterpillars, the machines. Okay. So normally we use Boolean operators to exclude. I can say caterpillars, not machine. And when I do that, then I know I can exclude the caterpillars which are listed as machines. Or I want Guinea, but I also have guinea pigs. Okay, maybe I want to search for the country Guinea, but eventually I also end up getting guinea pigs coming in. So at times I can do that using not, I can say Guinea, not pigs, then I'm able to get what I'm looking for. So when you use the different Boolean operators, I mean, you are able to get a very good research outcome, but also you can combine them, as we are going to see. But as you do the Boolean operators, we can also apply other methods like the truncations and the wildcards. Normally, when you do truncation, you are looking at the domain of a particular word. For example, I want all words which have maybe forests. I want forest, forestry, forest land. So I can use the domain for all those keywords is forest. So I just apply, I just put forest and then put a wildcard there. For example, if I put an asterisk or I put a question mark, I can put a $sign depending on the database. I can put an exclamation mark. So it depends on which wildcard is applicable in a particular database. So normally we have an increased impact when we do very good search strategies. So normally when we do this, we increase the comprehensiveness of our search results. When you combine, when you got different databases, for example, and then you apply the Boolean operators, like you see in this example, the Boolean operators are already included within the database. You don't have to do them. So when you do a search in a database which already has Boolean operators, just select the Boolean operators in the drop-down list or wherever they are indicated, and then conduct your search. But if they are not there, please develop them, apply them directly. And when you are doing a proximity search, okay, proximity searching, normally you are looking for keywords, you are looking for words near each other, okay, in proximity of one another. So for example, if I say tennis near ball, then I'm trying to do a proximity searching. For example, I may want to search for, there are two words, okay? Maybe I want, I may want maybe Ebola control. I want Ebola control, and I want these, maybe I want them near each other. I want Ebola control, not Ebola, and then so many other words, and then control. Okay, so I may want Ebola control as being near each other. There are different ways you can create such proximity, operators, where you, for example, if I use quotations, I can combine, or I use parentheses or brackets. I can combine those two words such that my search yields exactly what I want. But also, I may want, maybe I want Ebola control, but if I use maybe I use the brackets or the parentheses, I'm going to lose the results whereby maybe control of Ebola. I have control of Ebola, but because there is a word in between control and Ebola, I may end up losing that. So to do that, to avoid that, I can do another proximity operator, which is near. I can say maybe when I put tennis near, I do maybe, I do control near Ebola, okay? When I use the N, for example, I can say, I say maybe in 5 words, okay? Such that whenever I have control and Ebola, but where in the middle of those two words, we have 5 or less other words, then I'm likely to generate my search results, including those articles which have got control and Ebola, but there are just a few words in between the two. So when you have wildcards, like I was talking about, these wildcards can be applied, like I said, an asterisk, a question mark, a percentage sign, you can apply them. For example, where there is a truncation, apply wildcard. But then also, you have some words like organization with Z and S. You have others, women and women. You don't want to lose such an outcome, or you don't want to lose an article with such a keyword. So, for example, when I have organization with Z and S, where there is a variation Z and S, I can remove it and put a wildcard. When I put a question mark, I put maybe an asterisk, I'm going to get results including both variations of that search word. So at times we may have to combine all these together. You have Boolean operators, you want to combine all, you want to combine and, you want to combine not. You can always do this, okay? So you combine all together, use all, use and, use not. And usually when you do this, when you're doing a search strategy, you are going to develop a search string that one can get and apply in a database and get, or the same database and get the same results. So it is usually good if you know how to combine these Boolean operators to do an effective search strategy. Yeah, as I'm about to finish, again, you can also apply, yes, like I said, these Boolean operators, but then also if you want to do proximity searches, you can apply the Boolean operators alongside the proximity searches and get a very good search outcome. We need to know that usually peer review of such strategies helps a lot because it minimizes errors. Normally, when you have a search strategy, you can give it to your colleagues your colleagues with whom you are doing the systematic review can help check if actually that your search strategy has got no errors. It minimizes errors. It can help identify the words or the key terms that have been left out, and also tries to reduce the risk of bias. So you conduct or you run your search strategy by putting the search string in any database. You run it and you get your results. For example, if I have, for example, a COVID-19 infection, normally I look out for illness, I look out for death among healthcare workers. I can look out for maybe low and medium income countries. All these are keywords, but from these, I may have to develop for each of these keywords. You develop synonyms. So when you develop synonyms, actually by doing that, you are creating what they call a mind map. So from here, you get your population, health professionals. You look out for the intervention, look out for the comparator. If it's not there, fine. You don't include it there. Then you have an outcome. Then you have health facilities. Like I told you, it could be a setting. Then you also have the time series. So from 2020 to 2021. So usually you can look out for such information when you're doing your search. So people who are doing PubMed search, basically in health, it is very easy. Just get your search strategy. Like you can see here, get the search strategy, get your search string and put it in PubMed. You'll exactly get what you are intended to get, as long as your search string is of high quality. You get the same, even when another person runs the same in the same database, uses the same search string in the same database, will yield the same results. If you want to get the details of this presentation, or even get more information about how to do a search strategy, please visit these sources. But also, I need to inform you that at Good Enough, there are templates online. When you go to Prospero, Prospero is an online platform. You can get even templates for your systematic review. You'll get templates for the protocol, because there are processes through which you develop a search strategy, a systematic review. You first of all register your title, And then after doing that, you do a protocol. Yeah, and your protocol normally it's like a proposal to your systematic review. And all these are published, by the way. They will publish your title such that no other person duplicates the title. They'll publish the protocol such that no other organization or individual duplicates that. They will know that this one already exists. Then you go ahead and conduct an actual review. So when you do that, you'll find that somebody has already published the protocol, and then you find the review are published. But normally when you publish the review, eventually the protocol is withdrawn because it has got duplicate information. I thank you so much for listening to me. I welcome the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Onan. Can we give another round of applause to Onan? I'll describe the systematic review in these words: a stitch in time saves 9. That is a good such strategy. Onan, thank you for your presentation. Please hold the line, and we'll go to the very last presentation. Then we can have a discussion at the very end. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the very last presentation before we have our discussion, and that is multidisciplinary resources, and it's going to be presented by Emerald Insights, one of our publishers. So can we please welcome Emerald to present?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Just to check if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I can't tell who's talking, but thanks for the opportunity. Just want to go to the first slide. The slide's already ahead. Okay, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sibu. I'm representing Emerald Publishing. I will be giving an overview in terms of the current relationship that we have with the CUUL. I'll also touch on the portfolio, the activities in the region, and also we look at the open research routes at Emerald. We'll also look at the Open Access Week, what we are busy with in terms of the activities and also what we can share. And also the APC waiver for those countries that are eligible, as well as the open research routes that we have at Emerald. I think that point is being repeated. And then also we look at the EOR, which is our open research platform. So I'm just gonna stop my video so that we can have good quality there. So just to start off with, I wanted to share the latest statistics, but a bit of some background about our publishing program. So there's been a lot of talk and a lot of reference to the UN SDGs. I think it's important also to mention that our publishing program is now involved with some of the SDGs. We've selected 4 of those, which authors or researchers can focus on in terms of also publishing their research with us. So we've adopted 4 of them, which is responsible management, a fairer society, quality education for all, as well as healthier lives. So these are our gateway themes that we are encouraging anyone that wants to submit their research to look at these. They've got a lot of detailed sub-themes that could be targeted in terms of relevant research. And also along this week's open access celebrations, we've also got some of the recommendations that we've made to the scholars in terms of also aligning their research with some of the publications that we publish, and also publishing in our open access platform where people can be able to access some of our research that is aligned with the United Nations SDGs there. So we've been in existence for more than 50 years, and we publish quite a broader portfolio, which goes beyond the core, which is journals. We also have ebooks. We've got what we call the teaching cases. So these are not research cases. These are teaching cases which align with the MBA curriculum. So these are more relevant for the business schools. We also have the type of content called expert briefings. These are geographical analyses which are based on topical issues such as the elections, war, terrorism, and all those topical issues that are global. These are relevant for your international relations, political science, or economics programs. And also, apart from content, research content, we also have what we call services. So services that we've introduced is publishing services, where independent journals can be able to partner with Emerald to publish their own journals that they own. But this is based on the Platinum Open Access policy, where one can be able to publish an open access publication using our publishing mechanisms driven by our standards quality, and also hosting the platform, hosting the publication on our platform as an open access publication. And the last one is fairly new. We refer to it as Emerald Impact Services. This is more related to the impact of research. What we're basically focusing on with this particular service is, in most cases, research is always evaluated once article has been published in terms of the kind of impact that that particular piece of research is achieving. But with this particular service, we are introducing a different approach, which looks at how a researcher could be able to articulate their impact plan, and also how they can develop their impact skills. But for the institution that is funding that piece of research or the research project, they use a tool called the Impact Health Check, especially the research offices within the academic institutions, to monitor if those researchers based within the institution or affiliated with the institution are aligned with the university or the institution's research agenda. So this is quite fairly new, and it's quite popular with the research departments that want to use this particular tool. But in a quick overview, Emerald works with quite a number of consortia groups. I won't name all of them, but you can see some of them that are familiar in South Africa, which is Sanlic, CLICS in Kenya, CUUL in Ghana, CUUL in Tanzania, CUUL today, the Higher Education Commission in Mauritius, COBES still in Ethiopia, as well as some of the partners, such as the Association of African Business Schools, the Africa Academy of Management, as well as AFRIA. So these are some of the regional stakeholders that Emerald has partnered with, and also some of the consortia groups. Currently, CUUL has access to 3 e-journal subject collections. With Emerald, we refer to these as the accounting, finance, and economics collection. There's also the human resource learning and organization studies collection, as well as the library and information sciences collection there. So these are the subscription-based collections which active CUUL members have got access to, and then this is based on the year 2022. And also I've added some of the usage updates with regards to the popular journal content on the basis of subjects or disciplines that's being downloaded by CUUL centrally as a collective in terms of all the members. So we've seen some of those that I've highlighted in red, about 5 of them. These are very popular at the moment in terms of the downloads. This is quite cumulative going back to year 2020 up until now. So, but we've seen quite a good recovery. If you look at the percentages in terms of variances in the last column, and areas such as the business management and strategy, it's not your current subscription, but it's got legacy access with 102% growth in terms of usage compared to year 2021 year to date. This is from January 2022 up until end of September. So this is quite good because this is evidence-based. Should you want to add this collection as part of your subscription going forward. And also those that you've got access to, you can see the areas such as accounting is quite ahead at 24% compared to last year. And then you've also got other areas that are highlighted. That information and knowledge management is also still popular, even though it might be down by 23% compared to last year, but it's still very much popular cumulatively. If you look at the total year 2021, there were over 5,385 articles that were downloaded by the consortium as a whole. But also, just in summary, there's 14% growth looking at usage of our research content by the consortium year to date, which is up until end of September, 32,112 articles that have been downloaded. Also, in terms of turnaways, I won't go too much into detail with this one also, but you've got 31% growth compared to last year. In terms of those key subjects, I've highlighted those in red: business, education, information and knowledge management, marketing, as well as operations are some of the areas that are popular, as well as public policy that I didn't highlight properly. So, but this is quite useful for the consortium to decide which collections to add going forward, given the numbers as such there. And also, there's 10 ways for ebooks. I'm just giving quick overviews without going into those subjects into detail. Also, the summary is at 24% growth compared to last year. So there is appetite for ebooks. It might be a specific number of active members of the consortium that are interested in some of these. These are given on the basis of subject, and one can be able to see which ebooks are relevant. And also, we've got some highlights in terms of which institutions are downloading Emerald more in terms of cumulative access going back to 2020. I won't name all of them one by one, but you can see the likes of Uganda Christian University at 140% growth compared to last year in terms of the downloads that they've achieved in 2022. And you can also see Busitema at 65% growth, Mbarara University of Science and Tech at 44%, Makerere at 27%. Others are yet to achieve what they've achieved previously, which is last year, but we still have 3 months to go until we see the total usage statistics. Those are some of the highlights. We are also celebrating this week's open access recognition of this year's theme. We believe that open research has the potential to accelerate real world change. We do support through the type of content that we publish. We saw this a lot during the COVID years, year 2020 and year 2021. There was a lot of research that was submitted, and we published that kind of research also during those years, and we were able to disseminate that kind of research through our platforms as well. And we're also pushing for equitable access as well as submissions. Africa has always been lagging behind in terms of submitting research to different publishing houses or avenues, but we are very supportive through research writing training programs, as well as some of the material that we have. And also Open Access Week, it does give us an opportunity to bring together members of our communities to discuss, educate, and take action to support open publishing around the world. So we do have specific SDGs that we've adopted, which expand those 4 that you saw earlier. We've basically also been creating awareness based on the topic climate change. We do have a platform that we call Emerald Open Research Platform, where researchers can be able to submit research that could be published as open access research. So within these 6 sustainable food systems, responsible management, quality education for all, healthier lives, sustainable cities, as well as the fairer society, one can be able to target these because we've aligned this particular open research platform with these specific UN SDGs as well. So any article pieces in the form of collections or compilations based on the research groups, societies, or a conference can be published based on these particular themes as well. So specifically for this year's open access theme, there's 2 relevant gateway themes that could be targeted. It's sustainable cities, which basically accept articles, case studies, opinion articles, research notes, data notes, method articles, software tools, study protocols, and also correspondence. That should address specific sub-themes within this particular gateway theme. I won't name all of these 8 sub-themes, but you can see housing and infrastructure, smart cities, there's climate and energy, there's conservation of urban heritage, disaster resilience of urban areas, and so forth. So, but these are the 2 SDG themes that we've recommended to the researchers that are interested. And the second one is sustainable food systems that also accepts the same type of content that I've mentioned, but also the 6 sub-themes that could also be looked at if one wants to publish their research with this particular theme there as well. And also what is encouraging for Uganda, you can be able to publish your open access research within our open research platform that is purely publishing open content. And also we've got 3 journals that could also be targeted in terms of publishing open access. These are purely open access journals. The International Journal of Climate Change, Strategies and Management, as well as the Journal of Mental Illness. We've got what we call an APC waiver policy, which looks at exempting some of the countries from paying the APCs to publish in our gold open access publications, those 2 that I've just mentioned. I've shared this slide to indicate that also Uganda qualifies for a full waiver. So there are no APCs applicable if some of your researchers want to publish in those journals that I've mentioned, but I'm more interested to see them publishing in our open access platform that I've just mentioned, where they can publish without paying any APC fees. So there is a waiver. This is based on the eligible countries, which is classified according to the World Bank in terms of the low-income countries, the middle-income countries, and so forth. So, but Uganda does qualify to publish without paying the APCs there. But apart from the open access platform, we do have hybrid journals where researchers can be able to publish under green open access or gold open access. And also we do have open access books where chapters or books can be published. As I've said, we've got also an open research platform. I think this was my last slide, but this is basically the platform is called Emerald Open Research Platform. It's in partnership, it's developed in partnership with F1000. It allows authors to achieve transparency through an open peer review process, as well as an open data policy. So it's a user-friendly Creative Commons license, which allows for the type of research that's published in the platform to be freely available to reuse, to repurpose, and also to redistribute. I will share the slides at the end of this presentation, and then you can be able to visit the link that I've included in this slide. Thank you very much for the opportunity. But also, just to conclude, there's resources that should be used by the libraries within CUUL. The administrator resources I've included in these slides. Please visit the link that I've added with this slide. And also every member of the consortium should be having an account management portal where they can be able to see what kind of access they've got. Also, they can be able to access their usage, counter 5 usage. They can also see their access methods if they're up to date in terms of the IPs, myLoft IP, and also other access methods. And also you can be able to manage anything that you've got under Emerald in terms of subscription access. Also, online promotional material for your libraries. It's online on our Emerald Group Publishing website. Do visit that particular page to download posters, our logo. We've got also social media resources that could be used by the library to create awareness about access to Emerald. And also, as I've said, there's a lot that could be done in terms of user resources, creating a profile, setting up content alerts, and also setting up any discovery tools that you have. Just informing us to say we should also configure on our side to make sure that your usage is seamless and also that it's on an upward trajectory. IP access methods that are applicable is the IP that we work with, the Google Casa and Google Scholar. the referring URL, Easy Proxy. We've got a free off-campus access method called Organization Access Number. So if one doesn't have an off-campus access method, they can be able to take advantage of this one. You send us an email, we set it up, and then it's a self-login access method that could be used by students, faculty, as well as the library. Seamless access, we've just activated 2 consortium members. And if you do have this particular option, do inform us so that we can also add it to your access methods. I think this was my last one. Thank you so much.
Please better you have done or Emerald.
Just gonna stop sharing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 Okay. I'm there. All right. One more time. Let's clap for all our presenters. We have had a field day. Right from before, short before lunch break, we've had presentations from on a training on a policy brief. We talked about open access, the things that are happening at UMU, reaching out to the community. And then we've seen research and innovation by Aga Khan University, then the law resources, Nexus, and then training on systemic review. And finally, we've had a presentation from Emerald. Now, I believe most of our presenters are, those who are online are there, and those who are in the house are here. Can we please engage in a discussion as professionals? What questions you have concerning what we've been listening to and watched since just before lunch? Anyone with a question? Yes, please. Maybe you come closer here so that those who are online can hear your question. And you tell us who you are, where you come from, who the target of your question, so that they can be able to respond.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kesa Happy, and I'm from Chambok University. I have 2 questions. The first one goes to Emerald. I was asking whether you do have a portal where scholars can find the journals which they can publish with. You find that most times people come to you and they want to publish with you, and they want to find an appropriate journal they can publish with from Emerald, but you try to, it becomes a little bit hard to find, looking at what they have, to choose for them an appropriate database which they can publish with. So my question goes that if there are an appropriate portal where we can, we can find the possible journals people can publish with. The second question goes to UMU. UMU, when they presented a very good presentation on how they are engaging the community in their services, there was a particular mention of the names of some of their respondents. And I was just wondering whether that one does not breach the confidentiality ethic in research presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we have, maybe we begin with Emerald?
Yes, thanks for that. Okay. Yes, we do. So it's called emeraldpublishing.com. So what I'll do, I'll also send a list of all our publications that the researchers can be able to select from in terms of identifying which one is relevant to publish their research with. But I'll also send a link to that particular, it's not a user platform, but it's an information website where it can be checked by the faculty or the library in terms of which journals could be published with. Okay, thank you.
I hope your question has been answered. Your next question was to UMU. So can we get a response? You know, this is a research conference. We're here to learn. So it's okay, you can speak on the mic. Speak up. Speak up.
In the mention of name, it's a bridge of the specialty aspect of research, but we shall edit and work on it. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Do we have any other question? Let me check online. I'd forgotten how. Yes. One said all presentations are good. The other one has stopped. And then the last person has said many thanks for all our presenters. I have a quick question for one. I hope on your online, you stated that systematic reviews are comprehensive. How do you ensure you exhaust unpublished literature which you don't know and can't access? Secondly, how do you review literature in other languages you can't read or comprehend? Over to you, Onan.
Yes, thank you so much. And thanks so much, Dr. Robert, for that question. Yes, we said it is supposed to be comprehensive. As much as you can, you have got to look out for even all great literature. That one you can, of course, if you cannot access, you don't even know that certain literature exists, then you don't have to worry about that. But for as long as you know that maybe I can go to this source and try out and see if this literature is there, you have got to look out for all possible literature. It has to be possible for you to access. If it's not possible, you have got to ignore that. Then in other languages, like I said, it's normally a team. So when you have a big team of team members, I mean, on the systematic review team, then perhaps you have other people who can do review from, they can help you interpret the different, from the different languages. If not that, because normally what you are looking out is data. So if, for example, a publication is made in a different language, and you see that much as the language, it qualifies to be within your study, you have to find means of having it, I mean, having that data extracted, or it is interpreted by somebody who knows the language, and you select, because the aim is basically to pick out that data to be included in a meta-analysis. So you have to find ways of having that, that data interpreted. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Onan. Yes, you had a hand up. Andrew Geelong had a question.
Thank you very much, Onan. And just to supplement on your response to Dr. Bole, I thought when you published the protocol, there should be an exclusion and inclusion criteria included there. Thank you.
Is that a comment question?
No, it is both. I wanted this colleague to give a reaction.
Yeah, please react. Onan?
Sorry?
On his addition.
I'm not able to. Okay, yeah, I think, Andrew, was that a question? I had, yeah, you mentioned about having a protocol published. Yeah, normally when you publish a protocol, you include all the, I mean, the methodology of your proposed systematic review. So within that protocol, I mean, when you indicate what to be excluded, the one to be included, normally we don't look out for, I mean, exclusion criteria does not look out for languages. It's basically looking out for other aspects of data. Maybe you are looking out for particular studies, years. So you are looking out for different aspects of the publication, not always language. So when you get a publication that qualifies to be included, but in a different language, perhaps there are different ways. There are even online translation tools. Because remember, what you have got to extract is the data. You need to have comprehensiveness in your meta-analysis. And if you can extract that data, because you are looking for particular aspects of that data, maybe you need data on maybe on a particular study, and that data is normally provided in statistical format. So you look out for that data. So if you leave out certain studies because they are in a different language that you don't understand, but you know clearly, well, you are able to understand that clearly this data is, this study qualifies to be in your study, then it could be a loophole in your study. Perhaps it could be some indication that there is there is some lack of quality in your final systematic review. So that's why it is encouraged as much as possible. Get a bigger team. And you'll find that these days there are systematic reviews which have as many as 1,000 collaborators. By the time you do that, then you have got quite a big team that have got so many different language experts, language skills. That's how you can overcome such challenges.
Just looking at the comprehensiveness of what is required in terms of systematic reviews, but there could be content scope, geographical scope, and also probably the scope in terms of the kind of data that you have access to. Because you may not be able to have access to all the databases with some locked information, and you're conducting it from Uganda, and some of those databases may be very expensive. Take a look at Web of Science. Probably we don't have access in Uganda, but maybe some other countries do have. So how do we tackle that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. We've had such challenges. We've had it before. And for example, you can access an abstract of that document, but you don't have rights to access the full text. We have got colleagues on different teams. Actually, Makerere has a center which is called African Center for Systematic Reviews and Knowledge Translation, which normally supports systematic reviews. Okay, so they normally get in touch with other colleagues who have got access to certain publications outside what we can access. So normally you look out. That's why I said it's a team. Usually an individual, maybe you don't have access to ABCD, but your colleague has got access. And besides, I think, Andrew, we are in the modern age these days. You see that at times we look out for these document delivery services, where we have got those services. Ways of accessing some of those publications which you don't directly have access to. So we take advantage of that such that it does not become a problem, or it does not become a contribution towards poor quality systematic review. Otherwise, if you cannot get certain, some of the key publications, then you risk losing quality or even having a different type of reviewer than a systematic review. So we have to try your best to ensure that you have the publication that you should. Then you talked about, yes, of course you have the scope, geographical scope. That one has no major problem, because if you are aiming at Uganda only, that is okay. It could be time frame. It could be maybe you are looking out for a particular set of content, and you are not focusing on maybe on another. But if it is coming to restrictions, you have to try your best. Unless, because there are some others, you'll find that their publications, when you search, you get the abstract, it is having good content, but you cannot get a full text anywhere, even when you try. Okay, you cannot get it anywhere. Then you exclude that. And at times you have got to make comments on some literature that you could not access, but perhaps maybe could have had good contribution towards your systematic review. But otherwise, Andrew, I think that is a good consideration and a good discussion about it. Yeah, thank you.
I've always been that you can always put based on your accents. That could also be something you can do We have already asked them to and ask them together so that we get the responses.
Thank you so much. My name is Ochar David from Makerere University Business School. The question is cross-cutting. All the presenters. I think I need to be educated on this today's presentation. I am wondering whether we are presenting such papers or which type of research are we presenting today? Because somehow I have been following up right from the beginning, and somehow I am getting lost from here and here. Are we presenting research papers or which type of paper are we presenting today? Like for example, the matters you presented about open access. I somehow got confused whether it was a paper or it was because it was more of reporting the activities which you are doing at Uganda Matters. Because you said your research is not yet complete. Does it mean that the research is underway or you are still collecting data? I don't know. I somehow got confused there. And all other what? Presenters. So I need to seek for some guidance on this. Then still on Uganda Matters, you discussed about open access. The open access. Is your research or presentation or paper gearing towards the open access declaration in Uganda? Because we are seeing government is spending a lot of money on research, and the research output is still not visible to the people. How is that paper going to help us limit the restriction of the research? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ochan. Can we have the next question so that we'll get the answer once? Thank you very much. So moderator, my skin color might scare the rest of the darkness has come. So I put up a video. I thought. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stephen Ochonyo. I'm sorry to have scared the rest with my skin color. As you can see them now. I'm chocolate, by the way. Don't be scared a lot. My name is Stephen Ochonyo. I work at the university. And at the time, like you said before, I currently serve as Volea Vice President. I want to thank the organizers for these very wonderful interactive arrangements. And such arrangements and engagements girls are to growth of the country. I may not have a question, but it will allow me to have a compliment. Questions can now be asked. But where possible, you allow me to ask a question or two. And the first question, that is the last one of all, is that my brothers and sisters from Uganda Matters, UNU, Madam, in your presentation, you mentioned something to do with out of a total number of 1,465 items, you were able to lose 600. I do not know what would have cost this, but as professionals, it might cause a worry. And for us to prepare others also not to incur the same loads in the country. And our institutions will also share with us maybe the best possible solutions you had, or the remedies you had, or what you not prepare for. But at the same time, I want to thank you for that wonderful work you're doing at UNU. I really appreciate. My next concern is on the issue that was raised by members during the presentation that was made earlier by the guest of honor, Dr. Tamis. Wonderful insights given. But I feel I should say that, ladies and gentlemen, time is now that we should focus on what we must call for or demand for as least in Uganda. When we had never raised an issue that there are research funds, RIF, given to universities. If you look at the themes, it is called for proposals in all these institutions. Which of the themes, all of the universities have themes tailored to this, tailored to information science or information systems, whatever the case. If you look at all the themes like in my university, at least we try to speak them and say, it must be tailored. Now, how about material? Is it tailored to suit the interest of this? Maybe it is not, maybe it is yes. But if it is not, can we see how best we can go forward and request that this be fixed? So that if you are to write proposals, we also write proposals as professionals in any of these. And of course, at the same time, we should not forget when the guest of honor mentioned something that got definition or the concerns or the roles that we do. Mention things to do with dissemination, creation, accessibility, and others. Now, this is what we must do as least. But we have evaluated ourselves, or even right now for these presentations, to look at ourselves, what is our score as of today, given the SDGs? What is our score as a country, as professionals, in a scale of 1 to 10? So I will answer that. What is our score as a country, as professionals, in a scale of 1 to 10, in attainment or in support of SDGs as a country? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 0.5? Perhaps we are 10 out of 10. If not, then we must think beyond the box, or think beyond the box, so that we see how best we can scale up our games. And this is in line with what the pre-current hall of the floor spoke about. That was the keynote address given by the professor. And in fact, I got a couple of things from him that I cannot maybe talk about here because of the time factor. But we must comprehend and take home. Comprehend and some take home assignments, because most times we get engaged or discuss some things inside arrangements. We tend to forget about the discussed matters. But we need to take home work from here so that we go home knowing that this was the outcome, or this emerged as an outcome of this of this conference. I want to thank you, and I want to end it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by myself. I don't think I need to answer that question. It's a question to each one of us. As professionals, as institutions, what is our score in terms of our contribution to the SDGs? The call from Professor Kocha, and I believe what my take-home message was, be known by what? Okay, we will no longer have the debate whether we are academic or not, whether we are administrative, whether we are scientists. Let's be known by what? By works. Okay, and should I think you say read, we just need to engage. Professor Kuja said it all very well. Let's engage, let's engage the community. That's why I'm very, very excited about your project. Okay, and because of time, I don't know if it's in order. Let me just answer one of the questions. Yeah. Let's say, in a conference setting, if you've attended international conferences, there is ongoing research. There is, in fact, in some conferences, you find a PhD or a student's colloquium where ongoing research is being churned out. The idea of a conference is that professionals in that area come together and, like iron sharpens what? Iron. So we receive feedback from our work that we are doing. Okay? And I'm very glad, Chair, about this. This is the very first, conference that we've had at school. I believe we need to collaborate. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to add on that. This is ongoing research and, always Rachel had a question on systematic reviews. Are they applicable? Yes, to LIS, because they are, we see it happening a lot in medicine or in the medical field. Okay, and then number two, how long does the systematic review take for you to finish? So if one can quickly give us an answer, that will be very helpful. I don't know if all other questions have been answered based on what I said.
Yes.
To complete a systematic review.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, apparently, systematic reviews have been so much prominent in the medical field, but that doesn't mean that they are inclined only to the medical field. Actually, we are trying also to bring them seriously in the agricultural field. As I speak now, we have a systematic review that is going on, but of course we are borrowing some expertise from the medical side. Yeah, but yes, we can even have a systematic review done in the library. Actually, we had one. There is a title we submitted for registration to us registered. We're a big team. I need to find out from Dr. Ison how far, because we had even finished the protocol and we are left with doing the final review. Yeah, but can be done in any field. When it comes to the time when you can do a systematic review, normally it is required that you don't need to take more than 2 years from the time you start a systematic review. Within a year, at least you should be able to have it finished and published. The reason, because we have basically the Cochrane and Campbell, those are two prominent institutions that are so much engaged in systematic reviews. When you take so long to finish a review, I mean, it is so the outcome is overtaken by events. Another group is going to come out and maybe do something similar because you are taking maybe so long to do that review. For example, we had a systematic review under the African Center and also the Prime Minister's office. And by then we are looking at climate smart agriculture. And because we took quite some time to have it done, eventually another organization took it up and they had it completed and published. So normally it is best that when you do a systematic review, if after publishing your protocol, at least within the next 6 months, you should have your review ready. Otherwise, by the time you start a systematic review, up the time you finish it, the maximum time, while 2 years may not be so big, depending on, I mean, how busy the field is, but at least 1 year would be sufficient for you to do a systematic review from the inception to completion.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for all our presenters, our workshop presenters, our publishers, paper presenters? Thank you so much. I want to invite the chair of the Research and Publications Committee of CUUL to come and give a closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator Andrew Mwisigwa. It has been so nice to have you take us through the afternoon session. Members, I think we have come a long way, and I really want to take this time to appreciate you so much, participants, our online. You can imagine up to this time we have over 37 online participants. It is not easy. We appreciate you so much for giving us this time and for being here with us. Our program was really packed from 8 a.m. up to now, and we have covered quite a lot of things. I'm here right now to just give a brief way forward. Andrew had already hinted on that, and then I give my closing remarks. Before I do that, we have Mr. Isala here who wants to give something. I'll give him only 1 minute. 1 minute, Mr. Isala to speak, and then we finish.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of this whole organization. I just want to appreciate the work you are doing.
We were part of the groups which came earlier. Some of you don't know whether we participated, but I was one time the chair of CUUL. But I just want to appreciate what you are doing. And also thank you for this innovation. But you must budget because you have said earlier. Don't forget you have started it. Make sure it is always there. Now to answer the other question he raised about whether these were research papers, I think the period, maybe next time when you get organized, maybe put some good time so that people can present the research papers. But some of them were, like the other one, work in progress. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isala. We are grateful for our predecessors to see us through. We have quite a number of them here. I can see Florence has been also our former chairperson. I can see Judy. I can see Jessica there, who is just an ex-official. And this is so good to have you. Actually, if you look in the background, I was once a general secretary of CUUL for 4 years. And we actually had a strategic plan. And this strategic plan, we desire to have something like what we are having today. We planned and we desire to have something like what we're having today. And we did not know whether it was really going to materialize, but we have started, and today we have really started. And I really want to thank them for giving us those ideas, and now we are implementing them step by step. And as Isala has said, sure, that we have just started. This is just the beginning. And I believe EXCOM is going to take it up and move it further. And you know, we had desired even to have our own journal, and we shall believe that it shall come to pass as we head towards having really research papers. We shall be able to publish them in our journal. So those are things which we desire to see them come to pass. So that is really a serious way forward. And I also want to add on that in this today's conference, actually, as David said, there are quite a lot of things which you have covered today. A lot, even we thought we would not be able to cover them, but we are glad that we were able to cover them. Though in some of them may not appear to have been so much in detail, but we believe in the near future, we shall keep on handling them little by little so that we can be able to learn better. What I take from here and what I would like us to take from here is that we are being encouraged to really advocate more and be more practical, be achievers, be people who want to achieve things as librarians, so that we can be seen as contributing to sustainable development goals. And therefore, we should, as CUUL, we should advocate more also in government institutions like now NPA open their doors for us. We should take up that. And then we should have more of practical trainings, especially on policy briefs and systematic reviews. We should also encourage schools in Uganda and maybe beyond to improve on the curriculum and incorporate issues like policy briefs, systematic reviews, bibliometrics, etc. So that we as librarians can be well equipped to contribute to the community. And then also, of course, as we have had many people say, we should have more and more of the conferences and the webinars to create awareness, to provide trainings, to advocate. And in these conferences, we should also invite the press. That one came out clearly so that we can also appear in the press. And I think those are the major things which I could mention as a way forward. And I believe CUUL EXCOM and maybe CUUL, I don't know, because as research and publication were given only mandate for short time, which we actually coming to, we're almost completing. Maybe another research and publication functional committee which will come up. Maybe we'll also take over from where we have ended. Otherwise, at this moment, I would want to thank the organizing committee, research and publication committee. You have sacrificed your time, your strength, and everything to make sure this conference comes to pass. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Faith. Thank you, our own admin, Sylvia. Sylvia has really worked. She came very early, even when it was raining, but she was here very early. Thank you so much. And then Andrew of Geelong, thank you so, so much. You really did it very well. I also want to thank our presenters. I know we have been thanked again. Thank you so much for not letting us down. Thank you for preparing. Thank you for sharing the knowledge with us. I believe this knowledge, we are not leaving it here. We are going with it and going to put it into practice and into actions, and our life will not remain the same. Thank you so, so much. I think those are my few closing remarks. I also want to thank the EXCOM, that is the CUUL executive. Thank you so much for supporting us. I don't know how I was forgetting Greg, thank you so, so, so much. You have done us well. We are so grateful. Thank you for being here with us. Yes, and it is good to thank people when they are still alive. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, and I think we have come to the end of our conference, a conference which is one of its kind.
Okay.
But I should announce next year's conference. It is actually going to be there, I hope so. I cannot, but it's going to be there. And I believe this time we shall have sufficient time to call for papers and people will prepare their papers and we shall be able to present them. And this time there will be really research papers. Thank you so much. Okay. I think we can now stand up, members. Let's stand up and we honor God who has taken us this far. As we come to the closure of this meeting, do we have anyone who can volunteer to pray for us, to give us a closing prayer? Any volunteer? Yes, thank you. Otherwise, I wish you a nice weekend.
Thank you, moderator. We can wait for us for the university. I'm going to do what you're talking to the closing prayer. I want to thank you for your prayer and celebration from the morning. One people, by people like that, you ask one to thank God for everything in us. Thank you that you bring us as we are going back, as you bring us when you come. Want to thank you for this, for all and for all the universities that have been presented and all those people who have come to do all that just in
Amen. Thank you so much. I wish you a nice weekend. I can now say bye-bye. Bye-bye to all of us. You can now leave at our own